We are talking about the Diddy RICO case, and the government is heating up. They're getting down to closing this case now. This case is almost over. Next week, it'll definitely be over. Actually, it'll be over this week. The case will be over this week, and excuse me, what do you call it? The defense is already going to be putting on their case this week. They already talked about their first witnesses and things like that. Um, but if you look at it as far as what the government is presenting today, it don't look good, man. It just don't look good at all. Um, Now the special agent, they did say the special agent is going to be on probably for the rest of the day, and yeah, it don't look good, man. As of right now, he needs a pardon. He's probably thinking at this point, I'm gonna have to try to get a pardon. That's probably what he's thinking because they're trying to tie it home with. I was just listening to an attorney talk. She said they have proven a RICO at this point, with the text messages and with KK and stuff like that. The only thing I think the defense could go on is the person KK, Christina Coram, is nowhere around the trial, but they still have the text messages. Them text messages will get you every time. So those text messages are not good, as far as you know, trying to prove this thing. Let me just go back here for a second. Yeah, they have all types of receipts, man. I could just read some of them. Um, they got a whole chart here. They got a whole bunch of stuff. Don't look good, man. Like I said, he's more than likely trying to get a pardon here for sure. That's what I think as of right now. Pardon. I want to read some of this stuff, and then maybe I'll catch up with some of the stuff that's going on right now. Um, well, this was as of 4 hours ago. Where do I start? Let's see. They got some here. I'm trying to figure out where should I start. Um, yeah, these text messages are not good though. They're not good, man. Um, Man, should I start from the beginning? I don't know. Let me see. So the specialist is Ananya Sankar, paralegal specialist at the United States Attorney's Office. Um, what did you work on this case? She said two summary charts. I was asked to verify the accuracy of. U.S. Attorney, can you describe the documents underlining these charts? Sankar, hundreds of pages. Um, what is the messages in the chart? Sankar, Christina Coram. And whose cell phone number is this? Sankar, Brendan Paul. How did Ms. Karam respond to Mr. Lopez about seeing the escort? Sankar, four laughing emojis. How long is he gonna stay awake? U.S. Attorney, and this is one of January 30th, 2023. Is it an audio file? Sankar said yes. Ms. Foster, please play the first 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Audio playing female voice. Two things were weird. The only person who knows was you. Someone found an iPad. Answer is yes. The U.S. Attorney, what did Christina Karam say in this? Sankar says, she says he's going to the Four Seasons and wants you to bring a Gatorade and chicken noodle soup. read these. I'll be David Shirley, rock riding with him. I guess that's D Rock. Sankar as KK, no to Rock. Sankar as KK, do you run? Can you run 4,000 in cash to Rock to the hotel? And the person said, sure. Sankar reading as KK, heads up. She's reading KK text message. Heads up, he's about to do a wild king night. U.S. Attorney as David Shirley, forgot to pick up some money. Just give it to Fahim, just in case. So Fahim is his driver. U.S. Attorney, what does the hotel write to Ms. Karam? Sankar, the hotel called Paul is coming up. U.S. Attorney, does Paul appear somewhere in the chart? Sankar said yes. U.S. Attorney, let's turn off the exhibit screens to the public and press. Judge, just let me know when they're off. U.S. Attorney, please read these between Jane and Ms. Karam. Sankar as KK, ask them if they can bring up 15 bath towels. U.S. Attorney is Jane. They're reading text messages. He always bring between 5 to 10K. They are expecting these people to leave the presidential suite at 1 p.m. Sankar as KK, we're taking off. U.S. Attorney said, going ahead in time, could we? Combs lawyer, objection to going ahead in time. U.S. Attorney, I withdraw, going ahead in time. Who is this between? Sankar, Sean Combs and Christina Karam. They say Guido hasn't dropped off the package yet. U.S. Attorney, what does Karam write to Sean Combs? Sankar, he writes Guido outside. Combs replies with an audio message. They played it. Combs sounds hoarse about Guido. Take care of it, please. U.S. Attorney, and what does Christina Karam respond? Sankar, done. Let's see. I'm going back to read some of this stuff because the details are in these text messages. I guess if you want to do something crazy, just keep it out of the text message. Don't be writing text messages. I think that's the lesson here for this case. If you're going to do some crime, keep it out of the text messages. U.S. Attorney, do some of these messages involve Cassandra Ventura? Cassie Ventura, Sankar said yes. Page 5, May 2nd, 2017. What are these? Sankar said that these are texts between Cassie Ventura and KK. Now, the U.S. Attorney, she's going to be Cassie, and Sankar is going to be KK. So, U.S. Attorney, what the fuck? That's Cassie. KK said, are you okay? Cassie said, no one deserves to be dragged by the hair. And U.S. Attorney said, row 87 to 92, April 20th, 2018, Cassie to KK. This is what Cassie said, I can't write anymore. I just can't anymore. KK said, I'm here for you, heart emoji. Cassie said, I'm bummed, but don't want to derail. KK said, definitely don't derail. It's not worth it. Then the U.S. Attorney said, let's turn to Jane's messages. You read Jane's. So this is what Jane said. We got into a fight. I'm not doing hotel night. I'll bring him a cake. U.S. Attorney said, what is the date of this filing? Sankar said, November 6, 16, 2023. U.S. Attorney, what are these? Sankar said, audio files from November 19, 2023. U.S. Attorney, play it. It's the audio. Phone ringing. Combs' voice. We can't really talk on this phone. You know what I'm saying? I called. I reached out. You know what I'm saying? My love is definitely true. Just some kinky shit that I thought we definitely enjoyed. Audio, Jane, I don't know. Voice cracks. It's like word for word. It's like crazy to me. It feels sick. Combs said, But I like, what they say? But like they turn off. The audio turns off. Play. Then she said, play the next one. Combs said, I really need your friendship right now. Don't send no text. Combs recorded audio. See, they playing all this audio now. I just needed to tell you, I need your friendship, baby. I got to meet. I got to meet my moms. What did it say? I got to meet, baby. I got to meet my moms. You know what I'm saying? Please pray for me. Jane said, okay. They turn off the audio. 3 days later, what are these? Sandcar said, KK writes, we all know your kryptonite. We all know your kryptonite. Combs said, please make sure Robin makes sure the rent is paid. Talking about Jane's rent. Sandcar, this is these, well, I'm not going to keep saying Sandcar. This is what KK said. Robin said her rent was paid. Then the agent shows an image found on Miss Karam's phone from December 28, 2023, a photo of a cell phone screen. It says, I lost work opportunities. Now, this is what Jane is saying. You broke me. You asked me what I needed to move on, and now you're upset. And U.S. Attorney said, what are these between? The U.S. Attorney said, well, this is what Jane is saying. Well, no, this is Jane to KK. He said he would send the tapes to my baby daddy. Y'all know who that, we ain't gonna get into who her baby daddy is. But he said he would send these tapes to my baby daddy. I'm traumatized. He asked me who I'm seeing over and over again. Now, let me stop right there. When they sent the text message, she's saying that he's going to send these videos to my baby daddy. They're trying to say that right there is manipulation and kind of like blackmail, threatening. Now, Jane also said, he said he'll send these sex tapes to the father of my child. On them, I'm drugged. I'm beyond hurt by him. U.S. Attorney said, what does Ms. Coram says? Now, this is Christina Coram. No, I haven't spoke with him. U.S. Attorney said, and these photos on a cell phone, can you read them? Yeah, coercion, YouTube unfolded. They're saving all the best for last now. That's what they're doing. They're connecting the dots on it. So, again, we already went through what is a criminal enterprise yesterday. I went over my notes. What they're saying is the enterprise consists of Combs and his inner circle, which is his assistants, whether it's his bodyguards, driver, things like that. That's the enterprise. So by them showing these text messages, they're showing it. They're trying to show the connection here. They're pretty much is almost over. They should be closing their case maybe by Wednesday. But the defense is going to start their case this week. It definitely is. I thought it was going to be next week, but the defense is starting their case actually this week. And we're going to get into later who they have as witnesses. So this is what Jane said. You have fucked everything up. You win. U.S. Attorney said, what are these? Sankar said these are videos found on KK's device. U.S. Attorney, Miss Foster, play it. A woman's voice. Like $1,000. U.S. Attorney, what's in the photo? Sankar said, like a long manicured nail. U.S. Attorney said, what does KK write? This is what KK wrote. They just chilling at the house. Out to shop like King Night mode or Gucci bag mode. LOL. Gucci bag mode. And she put LOL. U.S. Attorney, Your Honor, we could take a break. So give me a second. So we're gonna come back to that. Guys, they trying to bring it on home here. And we're gonna see, but we're gonna wait. I'm still gonna wait until the defense present their case. But as it stands right now, they coming out. They coming out with Mariano Rivera now. They don't have CC. CC Sabathia has just officially left the mound. I'm just telling you guys. You said you done going to court. No, I'm still in the tri-state. I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't gone back to Virginia. I'm still around. I just didn't feel like going today. But officially, CC Sabathia had just left the mound for the Yankees. They have the closer in now, Mariano Rivera. He's still warming up on the mound. Okay, he's out the bullpen, and CC is gone now. They relieved him. Mariano Rivera is on the mound now, taking some practice pitches. Now remember, I don't know who the defense is going to bring in because they still have their pitcher on the mound. Okay, they still have their pitcher on the mound. So right now, we're gonna see. You said no dots connected, no Rico. It seems like they're trying to. I've already explained yesterday what the Rico is and how they're trying to tie it to him. I've already explained it on what they're trying to do. But nobody listens to that. Nobody really listens to it. I've already explained what they're trying to do with the Rico. It doesn't have to be gang activity. And then I said that's why I think he's going to get a pardon. I told you this. He needs a pardon. He needs a pardon at this point. And I told you that his lawyers look relaxed. They don't look like this is the biggest case of their life, and they look so relaxed. So I think they're thinking that they're trying to get a pardon. I'm just trying to tell you this. See, I know a lot of people, they like to argue with me. Oh man, no pardon. Listen, man, I'm just going over everything that's going on with this case, man. Don't shoot the messenger. You know what I'm saying? He is in position to get a pardon. He might not get it, but I think he is. And I'm not going to go into the reason why I think he's getting a pardon again. I don't want to, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because nobody's really talking about this. Yes, they're trying to connect the dots with the Rico. I have to say that they are. You know what I'm saying? And I already went over how they're trying to tie him to the Rico. It doesn't have to be money. He doesn't have to make any money. As long as he exploited somebody for sexual gratification, they're saying that is the Rico. That's what I'm saying is he's doing all this just for his sexual gratification, exploitation. That's what they're tying him to. I'm just telling you this. I'm not making anything up. This is what they're tying him to. It don't have to be any money made here. And they're saying that he took money from his legit businesses only for his sexual gratification, sexual exploitation. That's what they're charging this criminal enterprise with. That's what they're tying it home to here. Okay? Right. Like YouTube Unfolded said, he used corporations to do unlawful shit. What they're saying is he took money from the legit corporations, like in these text messages, hey, bring 20,000, bring this. They saying as long as he's using that for his sexual gratification and sexual exploitation, that's what they're tying this criminal enterprise to. It doesn't have to be like how the mob is doing. No murder had to have taken place here. So I've already explained it. You can rewind it. And also go to my live last night and go to when I explained the Rico. I point you to that. So, because nobody listens to it. YouTube Unfolded, nobody listens to it. I've already explained it. And now people are going to be surprised if there's a conviction here. I've already explained it. I've already explained what they need to do. I've already explained it. This is not going to be a surprise to me in YouTube Unfolded. That's why last night I said he needs a pardon. That's what he needs now at this point, a pardon. I would not be surprised if the jury come back and check off those boxes now. It's just that nobody listens to me. Like I'm trying to tell you, they're trying to connect the dots today. Today they're doing it. I'm telling you right now, Mariano Rivera is on the mound. He's warming up. So you don't gotta believe me. Just wait till this thing ends. Craziness. In a crazy ass type of way. And then you're going to be like, okay, man, I guess you were right. Now, I'm telling you right now, the only way at this point it looks like it's a pardon. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not saying it just for no reason. He needs a pardon. He's not going to get it now. If he is going to get a pardon, it's going to be later on, after the conviction is in. And I'm not saying that just to be saying it. And here we go with this thing. I don't think, do anybody else get spam like this? Or is it just me? It's like it's like I don't see no other channels getting spammed. Why are you spamming me? I mean, you just practicing spamming me. Get the hell out of here with that. With the spamming part. Nobody else is really getting spammed like this. It's just me because I'm telling the truth. They're not spamming these other lawyers. They're not doing it. They're not spamming these other lawyers. They're not. I'm the only one really getting spammed like this because they know what I'm. You said I was trying because they know YouTube and folk that I'm telling. I know what I'm talking about. This do not look good. So let me continue. Let me go back up here. Um, she has no personal knowledge. Okay, so hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, they had break there. So let's continue. So Special Agent Sandcar, what U.S. Attorney, what does these exhibits show? Messages of Sean Combs and Damian Butler, aka D-Rock and Mia. Okay. U.S. Attorney, turn off the screen to the public press, the public and press. U.S. Attorney, please read D-Rock messages. Okay, this is what D-Rock is. Why? All right, so here we go. U.S. Attorney, man, where am I at? Um, so you're gonna see after I finish reading this, you're gonna see. Can y'all hear me? I get a call at the wrong time. Can y'all hear me? Press one if you can hear me real quick. There's sometime when I get a okay, cool, thank you. I'll continue. You're gonna see when I'm as I keep reading this that it's a problem. You're gonna see this. All right, so please read D-Rock messages. Here's what D-Rock saying: "Love you, man. If you need a friend, I'm here." Okay. US. This is what Diddy said. "I'll call you back." Talking to the kids. D-Rock to Mia. This is D-Rock to Mia. Where are you? Now watch this. Now, as Mia on Virginia Beach, D-Rock texts her number to Combs. Um, this is as Mia to D-Rock. "I didn't have my phone. I was scuba diving." This is what D-Rock said. We're coming up. We're coming up a new restaurant on the 17th. No, we're opening up a new restaurant on the 17th. He says he doesn't want anything from you. Mia, super smart to stay in your bubble. That's what Mia said. Now, this is Mia again. I'm on this island off the. Wait, hold on. I guess this is another time. "I'm on this island off the coast of Honduras." D-Rock said, "I love to hear about Honduras. Let me know how I could send you something." You hear this? Let me know how I could send you something. This is what Mia said. "I never asked for anything." This is what D-Rock said. "I'm allowed to send my sister a gift." They're actually showing these text messages. Okay. U.S. Attorney, did you have any other involvement in this case? Sankar said no. No further questions. Miss Garagos. Here's Tenny Garagos. Miss Sankar, this message from Damian Butler to Sean Combs. Let's pull up the exhibit, line 363. Days earlier, the legal filing. Please read Nat Moore. Sankar as Nat. The article could have been worse. They are calling it a breakup fight. Garagos, let's read some messages not included in the chart. Combs, Garagos, this is what Jane writes. I can be dropped off. I can be dropped off at my building's front desk. And KK writes, he speaks directly with PD. I don't deal with him, LOL, right? Sankar said, right. Garagos, Jane writes to KK, pulling up to the airport, smiley face. I'm excited to surprise him. So Combs, Garagos, may I cover, hold on, may I cover What's this? May I cover? I don't know what that means. Judge, of course. Oh, okay, of course. Jurors, while we wait, I'm gonna stand up and stretch. You do as well. Okay. Um, it's like it's like these. I'm still getting spam, huh? I'm still getting spam messages. They're purposely doing it, like to try to mess up the live, because they know this is a problem right here. These text messages. Here is KK to Mr. Perez asking how does he look, and Mr. Perez writes shockingly good, better than before, right? Sandcar, yes, nothing further. Garrigo said nothing further. The judge, government, your next witness, another special agent about more charge. These about certain meetings. The charts being shown is about meeting in the London hotel involving Sean Combs, Cassie Ventura, and Jules. All right. Now, the judge, the next government witness, yeah, special agent. Okay. Um, they had a sidebar. The judge, Miss Johnson, attorney. Excuse me. When you say you attended, do you mean to say the people concerned appeared to on the from the records, absent a video? Do you have to have attended? Special agent, yes. Some of these Twitter what he's doing, it sounds broken, but Attorney Johnson, what are the participants on this charge? Special Agent Jules and Sean Combs. Special Agent, U.S. Attorney, you read Jules. Okay, this is Jules. I'm available Friday through Sunday, whatever flights work, which one. You see this, where they talking about flights now. He said, I'm available Friday through Sunday, whatever flights work, which one. Combs said Friday at 4. U.S. Attorney, what are the flights between Special Agent LA to JFK in New York? Um, do document retention policies impact your ability to get documents? Special Agent said yes. I could not get these records. Then they went on a lunch break. With the jury out, the judge, shall we address Brendan Paul now? U.S. Attorney, better tomorrow morning. Special Agent will be on all day. And even until tomorrow. Then Mr. Paul. So Brendan Paul is going to be tomorrow, folks. Then a final summary witness. So after Brendan Paul, they only have 2 more. After this person here gets off the stand, they only got 2 more witnesses. So that means KK is not coming. The judge, on what witness would the defense be putting on Friday? Combs, Agnifilo, 3 witnesses. So we're going to have 3 witnesses Friday. It's going to be Vashta Wilson, Stephen Lind, something strange pronunciation, and a paralegal in our office. We don't have any of those charts yet. So, okay, so they're going to have Vashta Wilson and Stephen Lind, whatever his name is. Vashta Wilson, Stephen Lind, and they're going to have a pronunciation, I guess, from the paralegal from their office. So they can have 3 people Friday. So that's who they have Friday. Who is Vashta Wilson? Anybody know? They're going to have Vashta Wilson, Stephen something. Stephen Lind, and then a paralegal from their office. So we're just gonna, can you get just rewind back, Mac. I can't break this up right now. Just rewind back on why I said that he's done. In terms of the defense expert, I'll like it Daubert issues teed up. U.S. Attorney said we'll work on it. Combs Shapiro will be providing the government with a supplemental response to Dr. Hughes' actual testimony. Combs Shapiro, this special agent, has no personal knowledge. She's just connecting up exhibits. Hold on. I gotta read. I just got a text, man. Let me read it again. The special agent has no personal knowledge. She is just connecting up exhibits and asking the jurors to interpret them. This is not appropriate for a summary witness. It's just hotel records and flight records. They talking about the agent that's on there now, Diddy's team. They're saying it's not appropriate. U.S. Attorney Comey, Mr. Combs, and Jules Theodore were discussing being in the same place at the same time. If this objection is sustained, we'll have the special agent read in every text. We'll read in every text message. Judge, this witness has no personal knowledge. She put together the charts. Now it's a lunch break. Now, what time is this? Okay, they're back. Now 156 trial restarting. All rise, jury, come in. So the judge, Ms. Johnson, you may proceed. Attorney Johnson, special agent, you have reviewed American Express records. Uh-oh, look at this, American Express. Special agent, I have. This was to Amex for a flight from Miami for Cassandra Ventura. Special agent, here was a charge from the London hotel to the Amex account. U.S. Attorney, whose Amex account? She said Sean Combs paid with a account at Signature Bank. U.S. Attorney, can you read this? Special agent, it's Trump in Columbus Circle. I'm heading there now. Can you contact the front desk to get the porn channel unlocked? Lord have mercy. Hold on, let me read that again, man. Listen, man. He had a porn addiction for sure. He had a serious porn addiction. This is for sure. This is what the U.S. attorney that the U.S. attorney told the person, "Can you read this?" The special agent, she reading the text. It's the Trump in Columbus Circle. I'm heading there now. Can you contact the front desk to get the porn channel unlocked? U.S. attorney, what does Miss Ventura say? Special agent, she just called him. Could you imagine you got to call there, hey, can you unlock the porn channel for us? Yeah, can you unlock that? That's crazy. Now it says right here, court art. This was Sean Combs earlier today, surrounded by his lawyers, courtesy of Inner City Press. Okay, by Elizabeth Williams. It seemed like he got his hands on his face. Um, seemed like he got his hands on his face, and they're all surrounding him. All right. So, U.S. Attorney, who is in these communications? Special Agent said Cassandra Ventura and NY Punish, a.k.a. Sheree Hayes. That's the Punisher. U.S. Attorney, what is it about? Special Agent, the cost. U.S. Attorney, in this, Special Agent said the videos. U.S. Attorney said turn off the screen for the public and press. So they're showing videos. And the Diddy docket said they turn off the screen, but you can still read the Punisher's book. So the Diddy docket must be there. Diddy docket. If you do be at court, let me see. Diddy docket said they turn off the screen, but you can still read the Punisher's book here. So Diddy docket, if you at court, let me know who you are. Just come up to me and tell me, I'm the Diddy. I'm not gonna tell nobody your identity, but it seems like you must be at court right now. So if you at court, you have seen me before. I'm pretty sure of it. Diddy docket, if you at court. Actually, I know who the Diddy docket is. I know who it is. I'm not going to say the person's identity. I know who the Diddy docket is. I do know. So that's what's up. But I know who the Diddy docket is, but I have not personally shook hands with the Diddy docket. Just to let y'all know. Please use different words regarding corn. Yeah, I gotta say corn. Well, I don't get flagged for that. I don't. But I'm not. But this ain't. But TikTok, I'll get flagged. Here, I don't. I'm not gonna say that no more. I'm just gonna say corn. It said, "Can you get the corn videos unlocked?" But see, here's the thing. Um, it's they trying to prove that he paid for these people to cross state lines. That's the problem here. That's what I said. That's the problem from earlier. They're trying to connect those dots now. Give me a second. I'm gonna let him update a few minutes before I read again. But I caught up though. Sorry guys, I'm just waiting for it to update. I think I might have an update now. All right, let's take a look and see. Oops. All right, we are not playing it for council since the screens are view. Since this, well, hold on, we're not playing it for council since the screens are viewable to the gallery. During this public law, agent, this also appears to be among others. All right. So far, nothing yet. I know who the Diddy docket is. Yes, I do. Let's see. No, I was waiting for an update. YouTube unfolded. Knows how women manipulate men in some type. Yeah, I know. I think he's his best point now, guys. He needs a pardon because they are connecting the dots and they're doing it in a roundabout way. because he either needs a pardon or he needs somebody to be a holdout in that jury. Because if you go by how they trying to connect this RICO, they damn near got him now. So he's hoping to get a full pardon. But I'm not. I'm just saying. Just for the record, I'm saying that. I'm not psychic or anything. I don't know, but that has to be in the back of his mind at this point because his attorney seemed too relaxed. They're very relaxed when I saw that video of them. So maybe they're thinking that because at this point, let's see what Inner City Press is saying.
Few answers. To be continued.
Oh,
Same question. Who authorized it? If you told Judge Stein that it was authorized, who authorized it? Now, this is Miss Lorraine Shanley. She just received a very light sentence plea deal of 27 months.
Keep talking about another case. My bad. Let me see if we got any updates right now. Just looking for another update. So far, no updates. But there was a picture with all the attorneys surrounding him. I want to know what happened. I wasn't there, but it's like he got his hand in his face, and they're all surrounding him, like cornered around him. I mean, he's a smart man. He has to know it doesn't look good. But at this point, his only saving grace, more than likely, and I'm being a realist, is a pardon. And that's it. Unless the jury has a holdout. Okay? Unless the jury has a holdout. That's it. Well, they have an issue. Oh, by the way, they have an issue with another juror. They already let one juror go. But they have an issue now with another juror now that they're going to take up this afternoon. And Lord help him if he melanated. Lord have mercy. Hope he not melanated. Yeah, Ryan, I felt it was going to happen too. Kim West said, "This is hilarious." Kim, I don't have patience for you today. I'm going through something. I don't have patience for you today. So I got to block you. I don't have patience for you today. Any other day, I probably would have had patience for you. I don't have patience today because I'm not here. I'm not here to get attacked. I'm just here just talking. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to get attacked. I'll unhide you this time, but I'm just letting you know. I will unhide you this time, but I'm not here for your attacks today. I'm not. So if you want to talk to me, we want to talk about this case. I'm not on trial here. Okay, I'm not on trial. He is. And I'm being real. He needs a pardon. That's the only thing I could tell you. Okay. Yeah, the alternate juror has been selected. See, The alternate juror is listening to the case. Everybody's listening to the case, the jurors and the alternates. The alternates are in the courtroom. They've been listening the whole time. So it's easy just to pick the next person up. It's the next person in line that goes up. That's how it works. It's not that if you let a black man go, we got to pick another black man. It don't work that way. That's not how it works. It's the next number up. Let me just say this real quick about the juror. Real quick. Hold on. Let me just see if there's an update. Okay, okay, here's an update. Judge, Miss Johnson, we're not seeing it. Attorney Johnson, play from 10:30 to 11 minutes. Okay, Special Agent Penland, I want to direct your attention to line 23. I will read Mr. Combs. You will read Miss Ventura. Okay, this is what Mr. Combs said. You horny? Would you want to have a freak off? Cassie said, call Jules? Question mark. Can you send me the hotel info? About to smoke. What are you doing? Combs said, what up? And Cass said, I asked him to drive around and we will hit him when we want him to come up. Boy, that's some relationship, ain't it? That's some relationship. You said what attorney told you it's a RICO? Let me see what else we got. As evidence is presented, it's only right for a person's perspective to change. Right. As evidence is being presented, I go back and forth with it. But no, hold on. Hold on. I didn't go back and forth what I said yesterday. What I said yesterday is if I was on the jury, I would practice jury nullification. I'm not going back on that. I would vote not guilty still by way of jury nullification. And I said, you better hope that you lucky I'm not on the jury because the jury will be a hung jury. So I'm not going back from that. Okay. This is just my opinion set aside from this. If I was a juror, I would practice jury nullification because I think they went overboard with the charges. Okay. That's my position. But I'm according to this evidence here. What is jury nullification anyway? Jury nullification is you're voting not guilty, even though he is guilty. The evidence does show he's guilty, but you feel like the charges are trumped up. That's jury nullification. I still feel like the charges are trumped up, but the way they're going about it here, it's hard for him to get out of this. And I don't know if that's going to go over that person's head. It probably will. So this is the last time. I'm not even going back and forth. I'm just going to block. I'm not going to go back and forth. So we can have differences of opinion. If you think that he's innocent, that's fine. I'm not going to block you for that. But don't sit up here and try to attack me. Max, did you say that because you heard an outside source? If you were on the actual jury, what would you think? I'll be doing jury nullification. If I was on that jury, I'm like, they trumped up the charges on him. This is not a RICO for me. They should have charged him in regular court. They should have charged him with the other crimes and not made this a RICO. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I know historically speaking, only him and R. Kelly, they got on this. Now, Weinstein, he got away. And yeah, they do got the Abercrombie and Fitch guy, but it's already set up for him not to go to trial. They say he got dementia. So I don't even think he's going to trial. But I can still say that he's guilty by way of the evidence, but I'm practicing jury nullification because I feel like they trumped up these charges. And I'm going off what Sammy the Bull and them said. They said he shouldn't have been charged with the RICO here. But he understands how they're going to win this RICO case. I understand it now too. So I never said I didn't understand it. I understand where the government is going, but I don't agree with it. So that's my position. I don't agree with this. No, you weren't blocked for your views. You were attacking me yesterday. You were. You can have your views, but leave me out of it. You can have your views. I don't care how you feel, but leave me out of it because you don't know me unless you want to come down to the courtroom and get to know me. But you don't know me. So don't say, and I don't know if you were the one that said, no, maybe it wasn't you. Somebody came here and said, well, you deleted all these videos and stuff like that. You don't know me like that. You're out of bounds. Now, if you want to sit here and talk about this case and disagree with me on the case, that he's either innocent or guilty, I'm okay with that. But you can't attack me. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was saying. That's my position. I unblocked you, so it's not that serious because I unblocked you. Okay, it wasn't you, Kim. My apologies. That wasn't you. Max, on verdict decision time, you might hit. No, here's the thing on this. Let me just be clear again. I understand where the government is going with this. I just don't agree with it. I don't think it should have been a RICO here. That's just my position on it. But I do see how they're going to go about getting a guilty verdict. Yes, I do. Because the jury only have to check off 2 boxes. You only have to check off 2 predicate acts. Okay? You only have to check off 2 predicate acts within a 10-year period and you can move on. It's a criminal enterprise. It's really that simple. Drug distribution? No, they don't have him on that. I don't agree with that either because he did have drugs and they were like party favors. He was giving them out. That's not distribution. He just had a lot of it. So it was technically personal use. Even though he had a lot of it, for a regular person, that's not personal use. But for a billionaire, that's personal use. So I'm not going to find him guilty on that. But here's the situation, though. The Mann Act, I have no choice to find him guilty. Because if you cross state lines for the purposes of illicit sex acts or commercial sex acts, that's the Mann Act. But I don't agree with that. That's why I would practice jury nullification. But I understand why he's guilty, but I'm practicing jury nullification. See, some people don't understand what I'm talking about. You should now, because I've already had a whole presentation on what jury nullification is. I don't agree with what they're doing with him. I'm not taking up for him, but if I was on the jury, I would vote not guilty by way of jury nullification. And it's perfectly legal to do that. That's my position. Now, if you say that he's guilty, I understand why you're saying he's guilty. Me and you can agree on that. I understand it. Trust me, I do. I understand why you think he's guilty because I see how they're interpreting the law to go put him down. You know what I'm saying? And also, I agree. I mean, here's the thing. What I also believe, they're letting him know we're more powerful than you. We don't care how much money you have. We have the power and you don't. They're letting him know this by way of the law. If you go look at the law again on how it's written, you're going to see how they're going to get him. Why should a guilty person go free? That's part is well, you go research what jury nullification is because I've already said it already. It's called jury nullification. They're already talking about Luigi. I bet you if Luigi gets off on jury nullification, you're not going to have a problem with it. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. But I will practice jury nullification on Luigi as well. Just to let you know that. If I was on Luigi case, I'm practicing jury nullification because I know what they did with my mother with that damn insurance. United Healthcare, how they did my mother. I'm practicing jury nullification. I don't agree with somebody unaliving somebody in on the street in New York City. I don't agree with that. But he has to go free. He has to go free. Just because of what they're doing with the healthcare with elderly. He has to go free. That's called jury nullification. Now you understand it. They don't want me on his jury because it'll be a hung jury. They'll be like, well, Max, he did this. He caught him dead to rights. Okay, but I'm thinking about what happened to my mother, man. No, I'm not finding him guilty. So this ain't about race for me. I just said Luigi. This ain't about race. You can have a problem with it, but it's a part of the law, though, and it's not illegal to do that. I get why you have a problem, but I'm letting Luigi go because what they're doing with elderly people and they trying to get more insurance and they getting denied. My mother could have died over that. So guess what? Luigi should go free. He should go free. I'm not, no. He did it. I believe he did it for a just cause. That's what I believe. So this transcends race with me. You see, this transcends race. Now, do I agree with jury nullification for R. Kelly? Yes or no? The answer is no. I don't agree with jury nullification for R. Kelly. So this is a case by case basis with me. What they doing with Puff, they trumped up these charges. Did you know if he hadn't got? Let me tell you this: if this wasn't a RICO case, oh, I would vote guilty. I would be voting guilty, man. I most certainly would. No jury nullification, none. I know that Mann Act was for Jack Johnson. Okay, you understand? See, you don't understand that. You don't understand that the Mann Act was for Jack Johnson and it was racial. You don't understand it because they didn't want him with a white woman. When he was born into this world, he had every right to live as a human being as them white people back then. He had every right to live as a human being. And what he was doing was he was protesting it by being who he wanted to be with. And the people that was with him, they were also protesting as well. That's why they were doing it. They're not going to tell us who to love. We can't tell you who to love, so why are you telling us who to love? Okay? And now they're applying that same racist ass law to Diddy and R. Kelly. So jury nullification, ma'am. Now you get it? Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. You're not going to apply that to another melanated person. You need to let that law go. You need to let it go. You need to let it go. Or rewrite it. Because it says for illicit sex acts and it could be consensual. You know why it says and it could be consensual? Because that was Jack Johnson. Because those are his girlfriends. They said, well, it's consensual. We want to be with Jack. Oh no, it's still illegal because it could be consensual as well because we don't want him with no white woman. That's why it's written in that law. It could be consensual. Thank you. I am armed with a little bit of history, and ain't nobody gonna tell me nothing about this. Period. Now we can agree to disagree. Now, if you disagree about that, then that's fine. But I'm telling you by historical fact, that law should not be around anymore. Or they should rewrite it. They should rewrite it. It's out of all these presidents, it took Trump to pardon him. Out of all these presidents we had in the history of this country, it took Trump to pardon Jack Johnson. You got to be kidding me. So yeah, I have a problem that they're using the Mann Act against them. Yes, I do, because that's a predicate act. So yes, but I do agree on how they're getting them on it. I'm not disagreeing with that. I see how it applies to Diddy. I do. Because they cross state lines in an area where it's illegal and you paid them to have commercial sex acts or illicit sex acts, and it could be consensual. They got him multiple times, folks. Multiple. Within a 10-year period. The only thing he can hope for at this point is either a juror holdout or a pardon. Now, the pardon, I don't want to keep talking about the pardon. You know why? Because it's a long shot. And I don't want to keep talking through rose-colored glasses, if you know what I mean. The reason why I say that is because the president got other shit to worry about at this very moment. Now, what does he have to worry about? Well, there's rockets going by. that trumps all of this right here. Ain't nobody thinking about this right here. If I was the president, You know, so yeah, so that's looking through rose-colored glasses at this point. So let's leave the pardon out of it. But he better hope for a holdout. Yeah, you don't get to live off the government no more. Yeah. But see, here's the thing what I think about that for a second. Let me get back to this. Anytime something has been going on for years and years and years and years, when there's change coming, everybody bucks at the change. It's the same thing apply to your life. If you're used to wearing the same sneakers every day and somebody tell you to throw those sneakers away and you're comfortable with those sneakers, you don't want to throw them away, but they throw them away for you. You're going to have a problem wearing new shoes. You're going to break them in a little bit. You're going to have a little problem. So when things change like this, it's always, see, we're living in a moment in time. But historically speaking, we're only living in a short moment in time, historically speaking. But we're actually living it in our lifetime. But I promise you, nobody's going to care 100 years from now. I promise you this. And none of us are going to be here. You'll be in another body, because I believe in reincarnation, but I'm talking about this right here. Nobody's going to care 100 years from now. There were significant things happening in the early 1900s. Actually, that's still applicable to fucking today. So I don't know. Let me not bite my tongue because that Jack Johnson thing happened in the early 1900s. And it's still around to this day. It's still around. So that's why I'm a little serious about that particular situation. But I see how they got him now, folks. They got him. And I hate this. I hate to say that to him. I hate to say it. It's not good. And then, and then, Brendan Paul is up next. The alleged drug mule. Lord have mercy. Y'all hear that? The alleged drug mule. So, Miss Penland, what was the date of the flight invoice to the jury? Penland, October 10th, 2012. A flight booked for Miss Ventura from Los Angeles to New York, billed to Bad Boy Entertainment. See, now they're going over the flights. Now they're going to prove that, well, yeah, we did fly these people across state line. Technically, they can get him on the Mann Act just for Cassie, not the entertainers, for Cassie. It's craziness. Okay, hold up. Let me go back. So let me go back to where. So Combs said, "You horny? Would you want to do a freak off?" Oh, hold on. Is it? Do they have more? No, they don't have any more right now. Called Jules. Actually, let me see if I could go to the other person because she's giving quicker updates. I think Inner City Press like took a break or something because he was outside the courtroom. Um, all right, there's no updates right now. Somebody said S trafficking at its finest. Okay, U.S. Attorney, let's move to the messages between Ms. Ventura and Mr. Combs from October 13th. Can you read them? Combs, You ready tonight? Ventura, yes. I need to get something. Combs, man, you had all day, all day. It's always something. Shit, he ready to get to that freak off. He said, damn, it's always something with you. Why you ain't ready? You see what I'm saying? He like, why you ain't ready? It's always something. You gotta do this and do that. I'm trying to have a freak off. He was like, damn, how come you ain't ready now? Oh, let me read that again. Combs, you ready for tonight? Yes, but I need to get something. Man, you had all day, all day. It's always something. Okay, the jury has shown messages between Ventura sent separately to two men discussing times to meet and giving them information for a hotel room in New York. U.S. Attorney, was anything notable about the hotel booking? Penland said yes, the room was reserved under the name Janet Clark, paid in cash. U.S. Attorney, and there was another room? Penland said yes. Early in the morning on October 14th, one of the men texted Miss Ventura that he was in a different room. That second room was booked under the name Frank Black and was paid for using cash and an American Express card. Here we go with Frank Black again. Now they're saying some videos are shown to the jury, but not to the public. Just waiting for an update. Oh, you said not the Cassie voice. I'm trying. All right, let's see what we got. They're showing videos right now. Nothing yet. It's that Frank Black name again. You said you want to actually see him pay for his wrong deeds, not because he's a drug addicted freak. That's what they going with. Who said he has two charges? You said, can I ask you, wait, hold up. Can I ask why you think he should get a pass since it's just drugs and hunching? Y'all crazy, man. You said drugs and hunching. He said that's why there's a jury. They would decide if he's done or not. Right. But see, here's the scary part, Avid. People don't understand that these people are willing participants. They don't want to understand that. This world likes a villain. People want to see people like go down, man. If you're gonna go down for something that you're supposed to go down for. You said we understand that's why they got deals, right? They did get deals. See, the thing is, people just want to see him go down. It's like entertainment. And don't be no man. You are screwed, yo. You better off going to the scooch and paying for it. That's what you better off doing. And I'm not trying to condone that, but it's not safe out here no more. You know what's considered harassment? If you see a woman that you like on the street, and let's say she don't like you, and you pursue her, that's considered harassment. You can't even talk to nobody no more. And I don't either. I don't. They can easily say, you harass me. And let me tell you what happened to me at the courthouse. That old crazy ass woman that be out there yelling and stuff. This dude was about to hit her because I saw his fist balled up. So I grabbed her. I said, listen, get back. He about to hit you. She said, get off me. What you got your hands on me for? Help, help. Y'all see that? He put his hands on me. You see how quick that is? Now, I promise you, if I had got locked up, I would have gave her a reason for me to get locked up. I would have gave her. I'm like, I'm not going to jail for that. Let me give you something real quick. I'll give you a good reason. They call help. And I told her, I said, listen, everybody not playing with you out here, and I'm not one of them. I'm not playing with you. And then she said, where is my brass knuckles? I said, if you take your brass knuckles out and swing on me, I'm about to go viral. And I told the dude, you keep recording on my phone. I promise you I'm going viral. I said, you swing on me all you want to. I'm going viral. Because I'm going to make sure I end the threat. And that's what I went through. Just off some crazy woman that I was trying to help because this dude was getting ready to lay his hands on her. And I could see him. I could see the fire in his eyes. And I could see that he was about to do it. And did you know I saved him because I broke it up. I grabbed his chest and I pushed her back. And I saved it. And you know what people were doing? They weren't trying to break it up. They were just recording on their camera phones, trying to get a viral moment. So I'm telling you right now, it's dangerous for a man out here. Now, I'm not saying I'm getting into what Puff is getting into, because what he was doing was extreme. So I'm not talking about that. But you better be careful how you try to approach people out here too. You know, man, you better be careful. Because yeah, it was well, it could have been the bystander effect because they were getting into it. You know how, see, what she do is she act loud and stuff, but she's not really about that business. She's not. But that guy was. And the first time something almost happened to her was this crazy dude across the street. He had his shirt off. I mean, this dude was cut up. He looked like he was a member of the bartenders. If you're from New York, you know who the bartenders are. They're the ones that do the pull-ups and stuff on the in the park. He looked like one of them. And he's crazy though. He said, "You get in my face one more time, I'm gonna lay you out." He was like all in her face. His forehead was touching her forehead. And guess what she did? She froze. And then she went across the street and she got quiet. And then he came across the street and started with her again. And in the moment I try to get her to safety, then she turns her attention on me and say, "Help, help." He put his hands on me. The cops didn't do nothing. They was like, "Man, she crazy." You know what the cop told me? He said, "Let her get knocked out so she can learn." And he said, "We ain't even gonna take that person to jail." That's what they told me. He said, "We'll just be like, I don't know where the person is. Where is he?" But it's not against the law. See, what people don't understand is it's not against the law for her to yell and stuff. She's perfectly fine to do that, but there's crazy people out here that they're not gonna hear her yelling in their face. They're not gonna walk away. That's what I told her. I like, these people are not gonna walk away from you. You already got your eye messed up already. But it's not safe out here for us, man. It's not. It's not. It's not safe, man. All right, so let's see. The judge, Miss Johnson, we're not seeing the footage on our end. Let's start the playback from 10:30 to 11, Mark. All right, so this is what Diddy's saying. Okay, we already saw that already. Um, he said about him being horny. He said, "You feeling horny? Want to have a little fun?" Ventura said, "Should I call Jules? Can you send the hotel details? I'm about to smoke. What are you up to?" Combs said, "What's going on?" Ventura said, "I asked him to drive around. We'll let him know when we're ready for him." Combs said, "I'm a bit more excited than last time. Dress casually. And can you bring baby oil?" Um, Cassie said, "Casual is fine, but no baby oil." And then a U.S. attorney is Johnny. On my way to the hotel, Ventura said, "Would you mind driving around until I say, then come up?" And attorney, "We could break here. Let me see counsel sidebar. The jurors, you may leave for the day. All rise." It's over with. So that's over with for today. So they stopped at the messages. He said, "Can you bring a little baby oil?" He said, "You could dress casual, but bring a little baby oil." Man, tell me you guys saw the interview last night with one of the entertainers. He interviewed with what's his name? He was one of the entertainers, and he was describing the first time he met Cassie and them. So he said when he met Cassie, he was driving. He was from L.A. You saw it. He said he was from L.A., right? And he was outside of L.A., so he drove in. And then he said, Cassie said, "Hey, can you bring some baby oil?" He was like, "Where the fuck am I going to bring some baby oil from?" She said, "You got to bring it or you can't come. You got to bring the baby oil. And it has to be Johnson& and Johnson." It got to be Johnson& Johnson. What's up with him with this Johnson& Johnson baby oil? But that's what he liked. He liked the Johnson& Johnson. So you said free Diddy, he's innocent. All right, what's up, Will? He said he innocent. So This is his story that he's saying. So he said, he went and found some baby oil. He said, luckily, when he got off at La Cienega, he said he saw a CVS. So he went into CVS. He said it was mad early in the morning. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. It was like 4 in the morning when he got to CVS. You said, I'm really not interested in hearing anything else about the freak off. I mean, well, you can exit now, Kim. Have a good day. So yeah, yeah, have a good one. We'll see you later. Thanks for joining. Um, so yeah, um, man, you throwing me off of the story. So let me go back. So he went and got some baby oil. He said he got the big bottles. He said like the Costco size bottle of Johnson Johnson baby oil. He got 3 of them. So he got 3 of them. He said, you know, the Costco size. So he got that. So he brought that. So he said when he got there, Cassie was wearing like a robe. He said she was looking fine. And then he said he sat on the couch and said Cassie sat there and she was just talking to him, you know, about different things. And then she said she went into the bedroom, said, I'll be back. So she went in the bedroom. He said she was there for a long time. He said it was like an hour. He said he had fell asleep and he woke up. It was like the sun coming out and he happened to, they were playing music. So he looked at the laptop and she quickly came in and slammed the laptop down, said, please don't look at the laptop. But he saw the Bad Boy logo. That's how he knew it was Puff. And he said it was too late. He already saw the Bad Boy logo on her wallpaper. So it was just too late. So he said, eventually Cassie was like, let's go into the room. So he said when he went into the room, he said allegedly Puff was there, but he said he had a mask on. He had a hoodie on, but the hoodie was like tied tight to his face with glasses on, with a mask, with a bandana on. So that looks just fucking crazy. With no undergarments on. Okay? With no undergarments on. So he said, you got a nice one there, huh, Cassie? He said, you got you a nice like mandingo, like you got you a nice one. You really want that shit, don't you? And she was like, yeah. So then he had put oil on that motherfucker. Like put oil. He said put oil on the MF, right? So then they started rubbing him down with oil. So then he said, get to it. So then she like took his pants off. They got to it. So then he said, as they doing that, oh, well, he said they were getting ready to have sex. He said, next thing you know, Puff like left the room. He said he didn't see him. He said when he was leaving the room, he said that MF better be hard, right? And he left the room. So he said next thing you know, he don't know where Puff came. He was like in back of him. Like, yeah, you know, like talking crap. And he said he was just vigorously choking the chicken. It was in a vigorous type of way. The guys almost hit the floor. Almost hit the floor. He said it was like viciously. I'm like, what the? Yo, I had to turn off of that, yo. I did. Look at Kim. She can't get enough. What kind of hook? Well, you said what kind of hook falls in a strange house? He just felt it was early in the morning. You said we need a trauma therapist to explain that baby oil. I don't know. I don't know what's up with the baby oil. But he said he could hear Puff doing it. He's like, what the? He said it was throwing him off because he could hear him. Like it was messing his mind up, right? So I can't tell you everything he said because that's a pause moment. I can't tell you because somebody brought up the Tootsie Roll. So I can't get into that. Maybe Nicole could say the rest. I can't get into that one. Oh man. Like this case, we gonna need a drink after this case over. Yeah, he was going in, Avid. He was going in. But as he was going in, he said he had a fistful in his hand. That's it. It wouldn't go past his fist. Lord have mercy. He said it would go past his fist. Jesus Christ. He said, imagine he said he's stroking his joint. He got his hand around it, but it ain't coming out his fist. You know what I'm talking about? He said he just had a fistful. Jesus Christ. Yo, and the way the dude said it, he said he saw all he saw was knuckles. Yo, I can't make this up. You know what I think was happening? I think we're being punked. I really do, man. I think this whole case is like a humiliation ritual. It got to be a humiliation ritual. It might be a humiliation ritual, man. Because where did this dude come from? Like, how come this dude? Because he said they didn't call me for court, and he said they act like they can't find me, and he said they had an up to date picture of me. So how he said how come they can't find me? I said because they didn't want him on there. Because when he told the story, it seemed like Cassie was a willing participant. That's why. So maybe they didn't want him on the stand. Man, oh man. But he said, yeah. He said, I bet you want that, don't you? Yeah. He said he was sitting there talking trash. And he said it was throwing him off. And he's sitting there just, it was violent. He said he was violently choking the chicken. It was like violently. Guys, I tell you, I almost broke my phone. I fell out. I almost broke my phone. Yo, let me just say this. Anything goes under this sun. Like, how he was able to get away, because she was fine. She fine as fuck. For her to go through that, he had to have money. That's the only thing I could explain to you. He had to have money. Yeah, it's sex by proxy. That's what it's called. A lot of people don't know what that is. He was having sex with him by proxy. So that's what happened. William Jones said, "Free Diddy. He's innocent." But we gonna see. We'll see if the jury find him that way. You said I think there are a few escorts that are saying she lied, but they didn't. But they didn't come on the stand. They didn't come on the stand. No, not all of them. But this guy didn't come on the stand. And he said he bought his first house off them. He said the first time, he said he thought he was getting 1,200, no, 1,500, right? And he said he got a stack of money. He said it was 5,000. He said he gave him $5,000 the first time. And then the next time, I think he gave him out 3 or 4. And every now and then, it's no more than 3 or 4 or 5,000. He said he saved up so much money, he bought his first house. Kim was, I think all of this was done because Diddy didn't want anyone to know he's into. Yeah, he saved up to buy his house. But he said it started getting cumbersome because, he was in a relationship, and how did he keep explaining that he got to go to work 3 or 4 in the morning? So he stopped doing it. Yeah, he said he met with him about 8 times. So he made about a quick 40,000 off of him, at least, or maybe more. And then he said that he wasn't trying to bear back, right? So I guess he didn't say that he requested one. He said Puff went in the room, came back, he like threw the condom at him. And he said he caught it. He says like he's in the Matrix or something. Like, why didn't she have him? Why did he have to go get him? That never made sense to me, you know? But and then he said he was trying to finish as quickly as he could. He trying to finish. He said, "Damn." He's like, "What the hell?" And then he said he finally did. And then he was excused, and they handed him all that money. Yeah, of course they didn't bring him because it would be counter to the prosecution narrative that she was down with it. It basically, this is what I think it was. It was just her thing to do because she'd had to keep that money coming in. In order to keep that lifestyle, she had to continue with these freak offs to keep the lifestyle up. So, and they can get, with the media, all they have to do is get the media, get the vloggers on their side, get a documentary out, then you'll believe it's all coercion. Straight up. Can I name anybody that he actually put on? You must be young. And Jay didn't put on Kanye. Dame Dash did. Just to correct you. Jay didn't want him at first. Dame Dash is the reason that Kanye got put on. Who did Diddy put on? Oh my God, yo, Mary J. Blige, Jodeci, The Locks, Black Rob, Craig Mack. You said, I'm saying he supported them throughout their career. No, that's not what you said. Who did he put on? Did you, man, he is, as far as entertainment wise, in the New Jack Swing, did you know they stole the New Jack Swing from him? That was his idea. Did you know that? When he was at Uptown Records, he was talking too much, and they stole his ideas. The New Jack Swing is really his. It really is his. He actually matters. He has more hits than a lot of people. He actually does matter. Just like, what's his name in there for them funny ass crimes? But nobody got more hits than R. Kelly. Nobody does. This man can sing opera. And I've been to his concert before. He sounds like the record. There's not too many people that sound like their record. Now, Mariah Carey does. I've been to her concert live with a few other people. She sounds just like the record. Whitney Houston sounded just like the record. Luther Vandross sound just like the record. I mean, I could name a few too, but R. Kelly sounds just like the record. And he's never wavered from it. He kept his voice. You know how some people's voice change over time? His hasn't. Yeah, Patti LaBelle. We can go on and on and on. Anita Baker, yes. She's saying these are people that don't lip sync. Who did Beyonce play in that movie? Her as well. That woman give me chills to this day. I know she's no longer with us, but she give me chills when she sang. Her as well. But as far as what you're saying, Kim, about jerking the artist, that's what you're saying. Etta James, thank you. But as far as like you said, like jerking the artist around, I get that. But yeah, his body of work is deep as the abyss. It really is. Now, you know what I argue and say why he kind of fell off a little bit? Because obviously he was doing these damn freak offs. And the drugs were involved. That took away from his hits. Even though he had Last Train to Paris, I do like that. I do like that body of work. I do like Last Train to Paris. He could have did more though, but he was so busy doing this. Now we knew how he fell off because the drugs got in the way, and he doing this stuff, and it messed his mind up. He couldn't see the hits no more. That's why him and Drake got into it, because he felt like Drake took one of his beats, that 0 to 60 beat or whatever it was. He didn't see he held on to that beat. I guess he didn't see the hit in it, but Drake did though. Because I was wondering why I don't hear from Diddy no more. I didn't before Cassie came out with the lawsuit. I didn't hear from him. I knew he was vlogging and stuff, but he wasn't on my radar. Now I see why. Now I see why. I mean, he did have the family reunion concert, but it was only a few nights. It wasn't that many nights. And now we know why. His you said Russell is the godfather of hip hop, and Puff is definitely the little engine that could, right, with hip hop. Puff is the reason why artists are now able to floss high and lights that right. He definitely put a lot of people on. You know what they say about geniuses, right? Something's wrong with them. Like people that got like they high functioning geniuses, they got quirks about them. I know, Scoop, that's what I was talking about earlier. Just like Prince, he could play every instrument, and he was very quirky. Yeah, they had bad social skills, and Puff is no different. Did he say he was retiring from music and letting his sons take over around 2018? No, everybody still wanted to see him. Make no mistakes about it, man. Diddy started out dancing for Father MC. Then, he had went to Howard and stuff. Then he was putting on parties at Howard and also New York City. Got with Uptown Records while he was at Howard, not Harvard, Howard University. And then he had to drop out of Howard to pursue his dreams. He never looked back. He hasn't been regular since, ever. He hasn't been regular since the 80s. Hasn't. This man was living how he wanted to live on earth, man. For well over 3 decades. He's been like flying in jets and rushing to stages for over 3 decades. Yeah, he has an eye and ear for talent. Like, it don't matter what you're doing, he could show you how to get big. He could show you. Yeah, there's nobody like him. He's like the Quincy Jones of our time. And every last one of them were quirky. Every last one of them. Every last one of them had quirks about him. But he's been on the stage. He's been regular. He hasn't been regular since the 1980s. Ever since he left Uptown Records and got with Clive and them, he hasn't been regular since. But the thing is, that New Jack Swing, that was his idea. They took it from him because he was young. First of all, he was young and he was working at Uptown and he was giving them ideas. Those were his ideas. Yes, he was working with Jodeci as a young man in New Jersey. He was working with Jodeci, making them pop. Yeah, man. You give up something to be like that. If you're like an artsy person, you're usually quirky. Yeah, the reason why he may not have producing no more hits because his mind got clouded. I think he got into a lifestyle that he couldn't handle. He definitely couldn't handle it. He definitely couldn't. And I'm not trying to take up for him, but there's a reason in life for everything. There's a reason for everything. But yes, the man is a genius. He is. And he's trying to think himself out of this one. He is. He really is that smart. He's trying to think himself out of this one. We're going to see. That's yet to be seen. We'll see. But he's very active at that table. Very active. And I could see him like maybe, when the lawyer's up there, come on, man, you could do better than that. I know you got it in you. You could do better than that. I could see him saying that. No, it doesn't justify what he did, but it just shows that a lot of these people have quirks to them. I mean, look at Albert Einstein. Was he normal? Did he look normal to you? No, he didn't look normal either. In fact, let me tell you something what Einstein did after he came up with the theory of relativity. You know what he told his wife, yo? You know what he told his wife? Look, I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to give you all the money. This is when he started getting the fame because nobody wasn't checking for him in the science community or the world community or Geneva, Switzerland, until he came up with the theory of relativity. He's been working on it for a while. He was telling people what he was doing and all that. You know what I'm saying? He said, man, Galileo and Plato ain't got shit on me, man. Like, I got this right here, right? But nobody really was checking for him. But then when he came up with the theory and everybody accepted it, he had all type of groupies. Yeah, he did, yo. And you know what he told his wife? I'm gonna take care of you because the money started coming in. Now that hair, that crazy ass hair he got, women still checking for him, even though his hair was just crazy as fuck, like he got struck by lightning. Women still was checking for Einstein. All right. So he told his wife, I'm gonna give you money and I'm gonna take care of you, but we ain't together no more. Go look. He did say that. Einstein was trifling. Yes, he was. Because all the women were checking for him. But he told his wife, you my day one. I'm gonna give you money and you can have the status of being my wife, but I gotta be with other women. Go look if you don't believe me. Even though Einstein, like I said, Einstein looked like he got struck by lightning, right? But he had a name in the game, and now women are checking for him all over the world. Now he being checked on. No woman went checking for him before, except for his wife. But when he came up with that theory of relativity, now he got a name in the game. Now all type of women, he was getting believe it, Einstein was getting groupies, believe it or not. Okay? And you know what he did after he created the theory of relativity? Nothing. He slept all day, didn't do shit after that. Just like Elon, he got a bunch of baby mothers. And he's quirky too. But it's the money he got. Women are willing to look past that shit. Okay? Now let me go blow up tomorrow and get in Tisa Tells or what's his name? No, not Tisa Tells. What's the dude name? What's the dude's name on YouTube? The white dude that getting all them numbers. What's his name? Mr. Beast. Let me get Mr. Beast numbers tomorrow. Now I look like Humphrey Bogart to y'all motherfuckers now. Now I can do some free calls. You heard me? Now I can go do some free calls. Yo, you know I'm crazy when I can laugh at my own jokes. That's how you know you crazy. You know you crazy. Listen, listen. Look, right? Look, look. Then I can go do some freak offs. You see what I'm saying? I can go get Jane Doe at this point. I'm like, yo, Jane. She's like, wait a minute, Max. Oh, you getting Mr. Beast numbers, right? Okay, man. Yo, I can get with you, Max. We can do something. We can do something now. Now all of a sudden, I can go get some baby oil. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. If you don't believe me, if you think I'm lying, go find out what Einstein did after he got that name. He told his wife, look, I'm going to give you a little piece of money. Oh, I know y'all ain't going to like this for all you conscious people. Frederick Douglass was trifling too. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I read the book by Adelaide Ossing. Her name was Adelaide Ossing. Ossing. Okay? Yes, I'm talking about Frederick Douglass. Don't act like, I'm crazy. Frederick Douglass. You hear me? Frederick Douglass. He was trifling. He had his wife in the house because she wasn't doing too well. She was ill. And Adelaide Ossing was like his assistant. It was a white lady. He had two assistants. He was sleeping with all of them. But watch this. Adelaide Ossing fell in love with him because he was like an intellectual and stuff. She fell in love with him, right? And he had promised her if something happened to Miss Douglas that they would be together. He promised her that they would be together after his wife passed, right? And what's messing with, he went with another woman. And Adelaide Ossing got depressed and offed herself, yo. Yes, she did. And guess what she did? She still left him her money. Y'all go look, yo. She still left him the money. She got so depressed, I believe she offed herself because she couldn't take it because she wanted to be with Frederick so bad. She couldn't take it. And he had game. Oh yes, Frederick had game. Frederick Douglass had game. Go look at Adelaide Ossing. She went back over to Europe. She couldn't take it. She was heartbroken. She was heartbroken. And he ran all this game on her, loving her up and down. He was loving her up and down while his wife was in the damn house, sick. That's how trifling he was. Okay? Yeah. See, we always think of these people and put them on pedestals. Oh, look, he wrote What is the 4th of July and all that shit. He wrote that, right? That was a good piece he wrote. What is the 4th of July to us, right? To the Negro. But he was still a human being. His ass was trifling. While his wife was in the house sick, ailing, he's sitting up there loving Adelaide Ossing down, right? And then went with some other woman, then dropped Adelaide Ossing, and she had to go back to Europe, okay, hurt. And I believe she offed herself over it, but still left him her fortune. Yep, Frederick Douglass. I could tell you something about Malcolm X's wife too, but y'all ain't gonna like it. Y'all ain't gonna like it. I know you have like, well, how are you knowing all this stuff? All you gotta do is go to the library. It's written in a book. It's there. But it ain't all the books they pick books to give us in school. No, some other shit is in them other books. Yeah. That's another thing. Y'all don't want to know what happened with that. His ass spent a little too long in Africa. Because remember, they said he went on the pilgrimage and all that? No, he went to Africa multiple times. It's just that they don't report on it. So, she started getting close to, I ain't gonna say his name, but y'all gonna be like, damn, Max, really? Yeah. She's starting to get a little too close for comfort with somebody. His ass had to hurry up and come on back. But he should have stayed over in Africa. He probably would have been lived to be an old man if he had, because he was supposed to move there. The prince from Saudi Arabia, everybody wanted him to come over there. They said, don't go back. There's your life in danger. So a lot of these people they were regular people, okay? And I'm not going to tell you the ultimate thing. I'm not going to say it, not on here, because I got shadow banned for it. Never saying it to her again. Never saying it again. Never, ever, ever, ever saying it again. No, she wasn't getting close to Muhammad. She was getting close to somebody else. Because he was in Africa for months at a time. And it made sense. Remember his house that got firebombed? It made sense for his house to be right there. You know why? Because if you go to that area today, you're going to notice something. It's close to the airport. Go look. It ain't that far of a drive to the airport where he lived at, where the house got firebombed, because I went there. I said, well, I be damned. It's real close to the airport. That's why he lived there. Okay. So yeah, I be getting down in history. But let me get back to Diddy for a second. Diddy, guys, is not looking good, fam. Okay. But we're gonna see what his lawyers do now. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if they get it together and get it all tightened up and see what we could do. Oh, I'm not telling you this part of history. A lot of people know it. A lot of people know this part of history, but you got to dig it up. You got to dig it up. All you got to do is go to History in Manhattan. I mean, go to the library in Manhattan and ask them to write ask them for a certain type of book. They're gonna lead you in the right direction because they know the what do you call it? The library person that know exactly what you're talking about. I'm not gonna say it though. It's hidden in plain sight. But I can't repeat it no more because I got shadow banned. You said this the last weekend, Max? No. The defense is getting ready to put on their case Friday. They got 3 witnesses Friday. The government should be resting either tomorrow or Wednesday. Sherry Martin said Diddy deserves to be locked up. Kim said, and I have a perspective. I'm going according to the law. That is all. That is all. Well, according to the law, Kim, and how they're applying it, it don't look good for them. That's what I'm gonna tell you. And I explained it because it's the predicate acts. They're showing text messages of the bookings and stuff like that, flying people in across state lines. That's illegal. Tomorrow, that agent going to be on for the better part of tomorrow as well, because they're going through a lot of text messages and records and hotel records. So that agent that's on now is going to be on tomorrow. So that's why I'm not going. I don't really want to hear. I can read that. I don't want to be in court for that. Now, I may show up. Well, Brendan Paul's supposed to be on tomorrow, so I'm not interested in him either. Now, I'm interested when the defense put on their case, and also when they rest their case, in closing statements. Closing statements and jury deliberation. I will be there. I'm not gonna miss a beat. I promise you. I'm still in town. I haven't gone back to Virginia yet. I'm still here. So, and I plan to, like I tell you, you guys will help me out with the. If it wasn't for the cash apps, it was the cash apps. To pay the what do you call it? The parking. Now, granted, I could park in Jersey City and take the train, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm comfortable driving over there now, so it's not bad. It's not a bad drive. If I get there early enough, I could park on the street, but I just can't get there. I just can't leave out of here at 5 in the morning. I just can't do it because I'd be up bumping my gums on here. So yeah, Brendan Paul is the dude that got arrested at the airport, Miami airport, right? On the day that they did the search of the houses, right? Yeah, Lil Rod never testified. There's a lot of people that never testified that said they were, that said they had evidence and everything. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence with Bieber? Where is that? Where's the evidence with all everybody else? There was no evidence. And there was no evidence of freak off videos. None. With celebrities. None. One thing I want to know about Puff is this. A lot of people have been talking about him, right? They've been doing interviews talking about him, but he never answered them back. I wonder why. He never does. It's like he ignores it. You said that was media made up clickbait. It sure was. Remember they said it was drugs and the baby oil? It was drugs and the baby oil. They said somebody said that he was selling the oil to people in the parties. None of that was true. None of it. You said poor Justin. I keep telling people to leave that man name out of it. Right. And they oh, you talking about which Justin? You talking about his son? Wait a minute. Let me see what you said. Name out of it. He said he wasn't invited. Oh, you talking about Justin Bieber. They said everything. Okay, Avid said, Kim West, this is my last time addressing you because it seems you really want attention. And first of all, I read the indictment from the federal website. Then I also read the superseding indictment. You said Dwayne Johnson has some crazy stories to share. Um, yeah, there was no such thing. All that stuff was made up. So my question is, what else did these people make up? You need a good laugh. So what else did these people make up on him? Two officers, just to let you guys know, they were knifed up down there near the courthouse. Not near the Diddy courthouse, the one down the street. That happened this morning. And you shouldn't be saying it's over a check. I'm just saying your words not mine. Yeah, remember Al B. Shore said he'll testify? None of that was true, man. It's just clickbait. He said, well, they did have a list of people, but they didn't call everybody. Let me just say that. They said they weren't going to call everybody. You know what? I don't even believe that Kim story. I don't believe that. I think that the people sitting up there lying because they want him to go away, and all these people are working together for him to go away. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. And look, even if he go away and go to jail, they're still going to be making videos talking about it. Even people that used to work for him, they still going to be making videos talking about it. Like when is it going to stop? Roger Bond said he'll testify, and I believe he would. He ain't been called. He hasn't been called. So maybe he wasn't a good witness. But how come they didn't call Roger Bonds? Like you see how I think there's a little bit of doubt there. Like for me, like how come they not calling KK? How come they didn't force her to come in? How come they didn't force like Roger Bonds? Where's D-Rock? How come they didn't force D-Rock to come? Nah, man. I'm good, man. I'm good, yo. Yeah, but I've been hearing D-Rock, 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 D-Rock. Like, where is D-Rock? At least he ain't had to testify. I give him that. At least he didn't. At least he said he didn't snitch. At least he could say that. Uh-oh. Kim, just I'm telling you, man, because Abbott, she ain't playing now. He said KK might show up on the defensive side. She might, Ryan. All of this is false. All of this is false. All of these women wanted to be with Sean because Sean was my lover. Yes. That's why they were jealous. That's why these bitches were jealous. They weren't jealous over Carisha. No. They were jealous over me because I had Sean's heart. And me and Sean was lovers. Yo, I'll hit the floor, yo, if she come in there and say that. That's why Cassie was jealous. Okay? Because me and Sean were the real lovers. Me and Sean. Okay? You know how there's a video of Diddy, he's on a boat, and they were getting ready for their New Year's thing, right? KK came in with this dress on. Hey, she's like, Diddy, how you like this dress? He said, oh, hell no. He said, take that off. He said, you look like you're going to a funeral. He said, he said, we're practicing success this year. We need to be about something. We need to dress for success. He said, you look like you're going to a funeral. He said, you need to put on another dress. So he had say so and everything. It's like, you know what it is? He had to micromanage. He had his thing and everything. He had to say so and everything. He said, no, you can't wear that. He said, look like you're going to a funeral. He said this to her. He said, no disrespect, but look like you're going to a funeral. He said, if you're going to be around me, we need to be success. You need to put on another dress. He said that to her. And then he wanted to know where French was. He wanted to know where Fabulous was. He was complaining the whole time. Like he wanted to know everything. And he wanted to know why his hair wasn't looking right because he kept moving. The dude trying to do his best to give him a lineup. Yeah, they were together. I think so. And guess what? That's still her man because she ain't testify against her man. Okay? Okay? So she the real one. She's the real one. Fuck that. She the real one. KK. She ain't testify. She ain't sit up there and paint on that stand for him. That's her man. And they might have got jealous. Because remember what Jane Doe said KK didn't really like? Because she said KK didn't really like me. I could tell. Well, how can you tell, Jane? I just know she didn't like me. Because y'all got the same man. That's why. That's what it looked like. Listen, Diddy was always with KK. She was with him at all times. It didn't look like she was working hard because she wasn't working. She was with her man. Okay? Yeah, she's like the Jelaine Maxwell. Yep. He didn't have her doing no free calls. So think about it. She got what she wanted. So I don't know. I don't know. So I don't know if they together, but she's the OG. She ain't sit up there and paint on that stand for him. She kept it real. She kept it 100. She didn't get on that stand because everybody around them snitching, even past people snitching. Everybody snitching. Everybody snitching. Okay. So he know who his friends are now. Straight up. Now Kanye, I'm a little bit on the fence about because he seemed like he just showed up for a cameo appearance. But he might be coming back, I heard. That's what I heard. He had to get on the list. Um, but KK did not sit on that stand, yo. And I find that commendable. Straight up. Anybody want a woman like that? Straight up. Anybody. You see what I'm saying? Baby, we gonna go there. How did that Beyonce song go? I don't care if we on the run, as long as I'm next to you. You see what I'm saying? If loving you is wrong, something she said. That's it right there, yo. That's my song, yo. No, she ain't married. She married to the game. You see what I'm saying? It's beautiful. She ain't get on that stand. Shout out to KK, man. Shout out to KK, man. She did not get on that stand. She's a bottom bitch. That's right. I know what that means, celebrity. I ain't from Oakland. You know what I'm saying? I ain't from Oakland. I ain't from Oakland, but I know what it is. That's his bottom bitch. That woman did not. Go ahead, remix. What's up? That woman did not paint on that stand for him, and I find that sexy. That's right. I ain't gonna lie to you. If I worked for him, I wouldn't have said nothing either, yo. Nah, yo. I've been getting money all this time, and all of a sudden I'm gonna tell on him? Nah, yo. I'm not telling either. I'm sorry. I'm not telling. Not telling. Shout out to what's his name? Uncle Paul. I mean, what's the D Rock? D Rock didn't get on that stand. So you know what I'm saying? So yeah, salute to KK True Justice. That's a real bitch. Shout out to her. And I just had to say it. I'm sorry. I know people like, must he? That's what people are saying right now. Must he? Must he think that way? Yes. Anybody wants somebody loyal like that. KK is loyal to the damn soil. I don't care if we on the run, as long as I'm next to you. That's KK, yo. Yo, I got a love for her now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yo. I just noticed something. She ain't getting on that stand. They only calling 2 more witnesses. Shout out to KK, yo. I know what she probably told him when shit hit the fan. I told you them hussies wasn't no damn good. You sitting up there messing with them sorry ass hussies. They ain't no damn good. I'm a real one, pa. He knows she a real one now. He gotta know. She ain't get on that stand, yo. And you know who else a real one? You know who else a real one? Gina, man. That's a real one because she ain't get on that stand either. You heard? And shout out to Young Miami. See, that makes me feel real good that I'm about to go on outside. That makes me feel real good to know that you have some real women still in this world. You feel me? Because if you down with me, we get money together and shit hit the fan, you gonna sit up there and tell on me? Diddy, if you get out of this, that's your wife right there, Diddy. Because she ain't tell on you. That's your wife right there if you ready to settle down. That's her. She right there. Go get her, yo. When Trump pardon you, I need you to go get her. You heard me? When Trump pardoned him. You heard what I said. When Trump pardoned him, Diddy, when Trump pardoned you, I need you to go get that woman. That's your woman, man. Okay? She still didn't tell on you. And you know what? She said, I ain't saying nothing. She said, I ain't do nothing. That's what she said, like a real G. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have to give her some damn credit because she ain't paint. And she ain't make no statements either because she said, I'm not going to. She said, I ain't do nothing. I ain't do nothing, man. Puff, he got to know she's a real one now. He got to know. If he didn't know, he know now. I don't care if we on the run, as long as I'm next to you. If loving you is a crime. That's my joint right there. That's the real woman anthem. That's right. I know people gonna be like, oh, must he this and that, and what is he talking about? Listen, that's what men want. We want that kind of loyalty. Okay? Money can't buy that, what KK did. I'm sorry. Yeah, man, money can't buy that kind of loyalty. I don't care what nobody say. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not justifying nothing. But if you down with somebody, now when them people getting in your business, now all of a sudden y'all ain't cool no more? Nah, yo, that ain't. Let me tell you something. The older you get, you can count your real friends on one hand, yo. I'm just telling you. I'm not justifying it, but what I'm saying is, I just like her realness. I just like her realness, man. Like, I believe they were together, yo. I believe so. Because Jane was like, I can tell KK didn't like me. Why wouldn't she like you? She just his assistant. Excuse me. How you doing, Mrs. Jacques? Oh, man. Let me get on out here. Get some air, man. Whew, man. But yeah, like I was saying, I just like the loyalty, man. I ain't trying to justify nothing. But don't we got some real people out here, man? Every time them people get in your business, you get a little scared and then you want to start talking. After all that money he gave people, man. If I was one to entertain, you think I'm gonna sit up there on that stand? Hell no. Shit, what he did for me was a blessing. If I was into that type of lifestyle, I would have thought it was a blessing. I wouldn't have told on him. If I was in that lifestyle, but I'm not in that kind of lifestyle. So everybody out here think they're a real one until them folks get in your business and everybody telling. And you would think I'd be the one to tell first because I'm a square. But I don't think like that. Oh shit. Sorry, y'all. Goddamn pigeon flew right by my head and shit. What does that mean? Oh shit. What the fuck? Let me get the fuck out of here, yo. That pigeon must got rabies, yo. No. Oh shit. Yo, what the fuck was that, yo? Holy crap. Lady, I'm not coming out, yo. Goddamn pigeons messing with me, yo. Yo, y'all ever seen that before? Bruh. It must be like a nest over here somewhere. I must be near a nest. It must be a nest over there, and it must be like a hole here. That must be the nest. And I was standing near the nest, man. They were trying to attack me. Woo! Yeah, where the eggs at, yo? It must be near my car. Yeah, there's a hole right there. I can see where they probably be at. Man, they got me the hell out the way, yo. Yeah, it was a nest. It's a nest over there. I don't see it though. It must be near the tree, like close, like to the ground or something. You said the Fed sent. Yo, you should have saw me. I dropped my phone and everything, yo. I told y'all I could run. Um. Oh, I see it. I think I see where it's at. Yep, I was near the nest. It's the nest right over here by the tree. That's unusual for a nest to be like that close to the ground, though. I see where they're congregating. I see it. Yeah, it's a nest right here. They probably got eggs. Do they lay eggs? I don't know. Whew. Lord have mercy. That might be a sign, though. They didn't attack me, though. They were getting me out of the way, though. He said, look, bro, don't get no closer. Um, Damn, I just did that. It's a whole man. My bad, y'all. No, it ain't, guys. I know what it is. This guy throwing bread on the ground. That's what it was. There's a whole bunch of it was a whole bunch of bread near my feet. It's right by my car. I see it. And they're following him now. He got a bunch of bread on the ground. That's what it was. Because I was wondering, like, they were like, man, move, dude. We trying to eat. There's some city pigeons, man. No, it's not a nest. It's a bunch of bread on the ground. Damn, he even got the squirrels following him. I wish y'all could see this. He got all these pigeons near him, yo. That's the pigeon man. Y'all got to see, yo. He got all these pigeons following him. I was wondering what it was. It's all this bread that was on the ground. He ain't had to put it near my car though. Mm-mm-mm. No, they not. They didn't. They weren't gonna. They fly next to you, trying to get me to get out of the way of that bread, yo. I think. So I think what tomorrow they said there's only two more witnesses left. So Brendan, Paul, and the other person, and that's it. That's the only people left, folks, and they about to close their case. That's it. Then we got the government. The government has three witnesses on Friday. So the government, the defense, we're gonna see what they do, man. See if they can change the vibration. Because the government trying to paint this picture now. They're trying to connect the dots by showing us the receipts. So I figured they were gonna save that to the end, all the records and stuff, which they are. Hotel records, bookings, stuff like that. It's really virtually impossible to get away with crimes, man. In this technological age, this digital age is virtually impossible. Virtually impossible, yo. Virtually impossible, fam, to get away with anything. Because there's nothing they could have done. There's nothing he could have done to get out of this if they want him. Again, my position is I just think that they shouldn't have went with the RICO. I think they overcharged him. I thought it was too much. But I see how they connecting the dots, but it is what it is now. See what happens, man, when this is all said and done. Like you guys said, like we say, the jury is the only thing that matter. The only people that matter, excuse me. They're gonna decide this thing. So attorney Simone said she said they have the RICO now. In her mind, All right, I had to fix my sound. Um, saying he ran a criminal enterprise. Then I'm saying charge all the involved with the criminal enterprise. Yeah, and some people they didn't even call to the stand. They said that it said some people that they were gonna call to the stand, they decided not to. But I think today was like kind of like it wasn't really like a action-packed day for people that was at the court. Maybe Brendan Paul tomorrow. That might be interesting to see what he got to say. But other than that, they're done. They're pretty much about the rest of their case. No, that's not what she's saying, Candy. You putting words. You saying things she didn't say. She's just saying if it was a criminal enterprise, charge everybody, but they didn't. Yeah, and she also said that she don't believe she was a victim. A lot of people saying that in here. A lot of women are saying it too. I think she was a victim as far as like the domestic violence, yes, for sure. But as far as being made to stay, I'm not sure about that. It's like the lifestyle. She got used to the lifestyle and also other things as well. It's kind of complicated. Their whole lifestyle is complicated. You said Jane Doe definitely not a victim. She's a volunteer. In fact, you know what she used to say? She used to set up the freak offs. Like she surprised them with a few freak offs for Valentine's Day. Hey, look, I set up a freak off for us. You know, she set one up for him. You know what I mean? Well, here's the thing. To be fair, that guy in the hotel room that they said was there, he didn't testify. So we don't know if it was a freak. We only have to go on her word and what the government is saying. We didn't go off that guy's word. He did not testify to say that they weren't a freak off. To be the evidence didn't show. I mean, I would have loved to have him testify. The guy that his name is Jules. They didn't have Jules testify. I would have liked to see Jules testify to say, yeah, we were in the midst of a freak off and she wanted to leave. But we can't deny the domestic violence in that video, though. That's there. The video was terrible. hmm Yeah, I've seen a lot of people, a lot of the 304's interviews, and it's just a profession to them. They be living normal lives outside of the profession, have homes and everything, and they don't like you just labeling anybody a 304. They don't like that. They actually get offended by that. If you label a woman outside of the lifestyle of 304, nah, they don't like that. Yeah, I think they did whatever it takes to get the money. See, a lot of people, they want to look past that because of who he is and not take accountability, saying maybe they were there for the money. But see, in society, we're in this part of society where, everybody is not being held accountable. And I know why. But Jane definitely was there for the money, for sure. Yep. And still getting her rent paid. That's pretty much what it came down to, man. Yeah, no normal person. Not that type of lifestyle, what they were doing. That's kind of extreme what they were doing. No normal person is gonna have freak offs like that. But people do stuff for money though. When money is involved in the prestige and who he is and stuff like that. Yeah, that's a different story, celebrity, when it's underage, yeah. Yeah, that would be trafficking. If she was a 304 and he was getting paid off of it, yeah, that's human trafficking for sure. But in this situation, it doesn't have to be money. They're saying was she exploited for sexual gratification? That's a part of the RICO. That's what they're saying. Here you go feeding them again. That's what they're saying. They're saying that it doesn't have to be he's profiting off of it. It could be for sexual exploiting an individual for sexual gratification. That's in the statute. And they're saying that he did he used people, his assistants, his driver, his bodyguards. That was his enterprise, and the enterprise worked just for his sexual gratification. That's what they're charging him with. That's what they're getting him on. What's up, Cyrus? Right. So they're saying that he used his. I know exactly how they're getting him. I'm not disagreeing on any of that. I know how the law is being applied here. They're saying that he took his legit money and used that money to pay the workers and everything else, because she was considered a worker too, I guess, his worker, and for his own sexual gratification. So they're saying that's where the crime is. And he did this over time, which is turning into predicate acts. So that's how it's being applied. A lot of lawyers are not agreeing with it, but that's how the RICO is being applied to these type of crimes now. Back in the day, we knew it was applied to the mafia and gang members today, but now it's being applied to people using their money for this. What was arrested on Howard? So that's why I say if Kanye doing something similar, he better be careful. He better be careful. Because there's rumors about it, but I don't know if it's true or not. Is they going after people, man. You said you have a one a day debate clause in your contract. Yeah, you already had a debate earlier. And I remember on the Breakfast Club, he called Puff a agent on the Breakfast Club. Kanye did. He blacked out. But then I think they made up and whatever. So he's like iffy. You know what I mean? Oh, charged with assault in Chesapeake, Virginia. Yeah, they need to be on notice. Oh, you familiar with the lifestyle? You say you live there in Vegas. You worked as a phone girl, so I'm very familiar with it. He has a prior criminal record. Yeah, but was it past 10 years ago? As long as it's past 10 to 12 years, that shouldn't hurt his case here. As long as he didn't get in trouble within a 10-year period, 10 to 12-year period or something like that. Like the longer it's passed since that last felony, that works in his favor when it comes to sentencing. Yeah, it's past 10 years. Nah, it's almost like it's not gonna work in his favor. It's gonna be okay for him. Yeah, it's past 10 years, yeah. But if it's within 8 years, something like that, yeah, they can use that against him in the sentencing part. No, you got to get your record expunged if you got a felony. You got to go through the channels to get it expunged. It just don't drop off your record. A felony stays unless you did that as a minor. Once you become 18, it drops off your record. Certain crimes. Yeah, they were acting like 304s. His women were. It's a shame how he did it because it's just like, damn. He took these women and he pretty much whored them out. That's what he did. And to be honest with you, he may have been disgusted with them. That's why he didn't really wife them up like that in a strange kind of way, even though he wanted that. Yeah, it's follow you a lifetime unless it's expunged. Yeah, he did a reverse Uno. If you want money, I want a freak. Exchange for, right. It was the reverse. He wasn't like, he was kind of like pimping them out, but it wasn't for money. It was for his own sexual gratification. That's what the government is saying. It don't have to be for money. So the government is using it on that aspect. And the reason why they call him a criminal enterprise, because he did it for over a 10-year period. And He had people working for him to set up these hotels and make it so that he can have free calls. He didn't do it by himself. So that's why they call it a criminal enterprise. Yeah, our opinions are not like socially accepted. But I do know that people in that lifestyle, like I met some when I was out in LA. Yep, I did. I went by there. I went by the Blade just to see it. I never, just to say I went by there. And it's everything they say it is. Everything. I went broad daylight and they was out there. I mean, out there in bikinis and high in 6-inch heels. I swear to you, stripper heels. Broad. I'm like, how are they allowed to walk like this in broad daylight with a bikini on and heels in broad daylight? Nobody say nothing to them. But that's how it is out there. It's the track, the Blade. And I ran into a pimp. And I guess he might have thought I was the pimping because they congregate at this spot. And he just came out. You know how somebody just come out, hey man, how's it going? Shaking your hand. You know how you shake your hand a long time, you just shaking it up and down. Yeah, man. My name is such and such for the record. He said for the record. And I said the same thing to him, like they call me Max for the record. I said it just like that. He said, yeah, man, where you coming from, man? I said, Virginia. He said, man, you cross country with it, man. Yeah, I've been to Virginia. I'm cross country, You know what I'm saying? He said, they out here. I ain't gonna tell you what he said, but he said he said they acting like F's out here, man. He said F's. I'm not gonna say what the F's are. He said they acting like real F's out here, man. He said they not trying to pay a pimp out here, man. He said, but you got to stay down with it. And he like shaking my hand. He said, yeah, man. He said, we fellowship around here. Like, that's where they fellowship at, I guess. And I was like, let me get the hell out of here. He said they weren't trying to give a pimp his money, man. He said they acting like F's out here. He said, but they gonna need a P. They gonna need a P, though. He said they gonna need a P eventually. He was older, too, man. He had to been in his 60s. Had to been in his 60s, man. He probably been down since the 80s. It's craziness. Yeah, because of the beatings. Yeah, it's craziness. And that lawsuit went public. Candy is she really questioning y'all right now? Avid and Celebrity, she questioning y'all. We need to ask for her credentials, man. Out here, man. We need to get Candyland credentials, man. No, we don't agree with it, Candyland. We don't. We don't agree with the lifestyle, but we're trying to understand it. That's why we're here. We're trying to understand it. Oh, Matt, can't. What do you mean by phone girl? What does that mean? A telemarketer? She said she was a telemarketer or something in Vegas. She was on the phone. Yeah, people like, oh my God, those freak offs. They know these girls. Man, yeah, them girls do be having 5 or 6, John. They do. You said you work with these women doing their calls, and they weren't allowed to have pimps with the service. I wonder what kind of calls. You said no. I took calls for escorts. What do you mean you took calls for escorts? I don't get that. Like, I didn't know they had people taking calls to the escort. Like, how does that work? Like, tell me about that. Like, what do you mean you took calls for them? She booked appointments? I bet that phone was ringing off the hook, wasn't it? And she probably learned a lot too. Like, damn, this phone is actually ringing off the hook. That's the crazy part. Escorting is legal pimping. Candy, I'm curious now. Like, what exactly, like, you were doing the bookings, and I guess that, like, what does a call and like, what do they ask for on a call? Like certain women, or you said you work for an office, and if you've been to Vegas, they give you out flyers. The calls go to the office. Then we call the appropriate girls they are looking for. Oh, okay. Interesting. Is that legal? That's legal out in Vegas? You said, I've done a bit of companionship work before as a male escort, but I was independent. I never declared it. Yes, the bookings, and if I get a fee, they ask for, if they ask for thick or white women or BBWs. Oh, it's legal. You said they have a ton of people giving out those flyers. Yeah, I know. I've been there before, and they gave out flyers, but I never called them. Yeah, they used to give out flyers. I kept some and took some back home with me to show people at work. But I'm thinking they were scams. That's what in my mind they were scamming me. I said, man, where I come from, you can't get on no flyer and call people. This is a scam. That's what I thought. Like the first time I went to Vegas, I thought they were scamming me. But come to find out, it wasn't. You said escorting is legal all across the United States. Yeah, it got to be legal in Virginia because they got a website for it. They got a whole website. I did a video on the website and found somebody I know on the website. Yep. She don't care either. She let everybody know what she's doing. She said that she's a consultant. She said she's a what did she say? She said she's a I forget. She's a life coach or something, she said. Something, she making it sound like she not, but she said something. She said she's providing a service. And that service is needed because if these men don't get what they want, they go crazy. They mess around and do something crazy, they can't get it. You know? They mess around and go crazy. In certain other countries, it's not looked down upon. It's a survival thing at that point. So depending on where you at, people look at it different ways. But yeah, it's like survival. But I just don't like how the men be taking advantage because if you ever go to some of them places, you're gonna see some things that you don't agree with. I have stories on that, man, that you wouldn't even believe. I was sitting in a bar one time. I never forget this, man. This is like my second time there. And I'm chilling in the bar because at this bar, they have like an outside, like it's like where you can see people walking past, so you can like sit at the table and have your beer and just people watch, right? This old dude, like he had to been from like Germany or something. She told him her fee, right? Which at that time, inflation went up now. But at the time, it was equivalent to 30 US dollars or 25 US dollars. That's what it was equivalent to. And he was sitting there trying to negotiate, saying it was too high. And I just wanted to smack him, yo. I did. I said, man, they out here trying to survive. And you're out here like trying to penny pinch. And he looked like Jabba the Hutt. But let me tell you what I also noticed. One time, this one dude, it was another dude. He looked worse. I mean, it was like he Jabba the Hutt plus freaking a warlock. That's what he looked like. And he had all these tattoos on his face. Did you know he could not get him a woman? He couldn't even pay for one, yo. I felt bad. He couldn't even pay for one. They wouldn't go with him. And he was getting mad. He was like, this is ridiculous. They supposed to like, nah, yo. Not the way you looking. You look like you about to chop them up or something. That's what you look like. But I really learned a lot just about like different mentalities and different things like that. It's just like, it was almost like I was in another world, man. It was crazy. You said some people are not leaving an online footprint. You said foot patrol used to be big in Honolulu. Not sure if it's changed. Crazy life, man. I'm not knocking people for their lifestyle, but it's just crazy, man. Crazy life. Yeah, I'm gonna be a while. Yeah, man. It's hard to find a park over here. Yeah, man. It's just like sometimes it's like, damn, man. I'm not knocking nobody because they gotta survive. They gotta do what they gotta do. But I'm just talking about the people that take advantage. That's what I don't like. People that just take advantage of the situation. You said, yeah, can't be judging. Like I don't knock Cassie and them. Like it's the money, and I don't knock her for getting her money. She got her money. But the thing is, the stuff that she had to endure, shit, that's gonna last a lifetime. That money come and go. But she seemed to be doing all right though, so that's good. And remember where her and Puff had that moment? He was like, "We lucky to be alive. We party so much." He's not lying. They lucky to be alive, fam. They lucky to be alive. Just based off of the craziness that they were going. Just based off the craziness that they were doing. But we'll see what happens though. What the jury do. And I don't like. The jury has a heavy burden, and they have to decide somebody's life, where they gonna be behind bars and stuff. But that's the duty of any one of us. Any one of us could be in that position, get selected for the jury. It's kind of beautiful part about it is regular people. They don't have to have a law background, and you decide the jury. You decide a person's fate. No matter how much legal representation they have, you ultimately decide after you hear all the evidence and have the evidence back there with you. It's all on you. Trapped in a lifestyle, yeah. But some of them, though, like Celebrity said, they not tripping off the lifestyle. Some of them just depends on who you talk to. They not tripping off of. They got nice homes and everything. And it's like you might say to themselves, for the ones that have pimps, like, why do they need pimps? It's just that's how it is. Shit, it's been like that since Reconstruction, believe it or not. Why do you think they have you ever heard of the term honky? You know where that came from? When the John used to pull up to the house, he used to honk his horn. And they be like, hey, the honky is outside, your customer, the honky. Because he honking the horn. That's where the term honky came from. Ain't that something? Yep, that's where the term honk. I don't know where the term John came from, though. I have to research that one. How did they come up with the term John? Like, but the honky, he used to show up during Reconstruction, man. You know, because they said, hey, things is different now, but see if he's want a little taste, see if he'll be willing to pay you. That's how it started. But as far as tricking is concerned, that's been going on since the biblical days. That's been going on since beginning of time. If you ever study Pompeii, that whole city that was ruined after Mount Vesuvius blew up, right? And they all got covered in that deadly ash. Well, the ruins, the ones that they did excavate and preserve, you could see writings on the wall and paintings on the wall of escorts and stuff. They had different places you go to rent you some company. They even had it back during them times. So that they not lying when they say that profession is older than anything. When they say it's the oldest profession, they not lying. You said you liken a pimp to a manager. Some people do better with management and some are fine on their own. And then you got some that are good managers and some that are bad managers. I heard this P say that. He said, well, what are they getting? He said, they getting all my pimping. He said, they getting instruction. He said, they're not going to go down there and turn a trick for $50. Uh-uh. Nope. I make sure she know her value and this and that. He was saying it so candidly and a matter of fact that it was funny. It wasn't funny, but it's just the way he was saying it. He wasn't trying to be funny. He said, my women know their worth. He said, they're not going to sit there and waste their time for $50. He said, that's crackhead deals. And here's the other part that I noticed when I was in California, when I was riding up and down the Blade. You have normal looking women out there, dog. Normal. They out there to make a few dollars, to make ends meet, make a little extra money. It's craziness. That's what my friend told me. She out there. She was like, yeah, they got some normal ones out there. They'll just go out there real quick. Try to make you know, try to make some extra money. But I did run into Miss Success though. That woman was hilarious. She was like, cause it was a side street, right? You know the little side streets. So I saw all this traffic on this side street. So I made 3 right turns to get on that side street, right? And she said, I saw you. She said, I saw you. She said, you must liking what you see out here. She said, you better hurry up and choose because I ain't gonna be out here for long now. I'm in high demand. She said that to me too. I just started laughing. I said, man, I wish I could have recorded this shit right here. I wish I could have recorded it. And you know, a lot of people I saw out there getting, you know, the customers that like out there, a lot of Mexican guys. That's what I saw. A lot of Mexican guys in their work trucks. Craziness. That's how it is in Tijuana, across the border. Dangerous out there though. Dangerous out in Tijuana. You said honk honk. Here comes the honkies. I never knew that. Yeah, that's where the word honky came from. It was a derogatory word for white men. Remember George Jefferson? He used to call them that. But that word came from that, and it was during the Great Migration. Reconstruction of Great Migration. They moved up north in different other cities, St. Louis, different other cities, and they all started doing that business as a way to make some money and come up. It's crazy how things start, right? When you study history. All history ain't good history, though, but it's still history. You said that is no insult to anyone in the chat. I mean, yeah, Tijuana. But see, Tijuana is dangerous. Tijuana is very dangerous. It's very, 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 very dangerous. I've been there a long, long time ago. Very, 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 very dangerous. I've been to Cancun too. Believe it or not, Cancun ain't all that safe. But we were just on the, spring breakers. As long as you stay in the spring break area. But I seen a lot of stuff out there, man. A lot of stuff. I seen a lot of stuff in the Freaknik in Atlanta. And the Black Bike Week in Daytona. They called AK the Freaknik. They called that, but it wasn't really the Freaknik. It was like Black Bike Weekend and the Black College Reunion. You said you found out they were doing out there when you was in camp. Right. When you was out there, if you drift off a little bit, they got some dangerous parts in Cancun, man. You gotta stay together. You gotta stay together out there. I wouldn't even go out there now. You couldn't catch me out there. But it was a little better back then. This was like the mid to late 90s. College break, people go out there. That's where you had the girls going wild at. I was out there when they were filming it one time. I don't know about the original one, but one of them. It was insane. And shoot, I know a lot of guys out there now. Shit, if they CEOs or whatever, they can come back and catch cases now. Remember what you did to me in Cancun? Well, we were all drunk. You know what I was taught? Don't do nothing if drinking involved. You don't want to wake up and be like, how'd you get here? You said Belize too? I never been to Belize. Yeah, the Freaknik. I still got 8mm cassettes with Freaknik stuff on it. If I digitize it, a lot of these Gen Zers, grandmothers gonna be on there. They'll be mad with me. I got some stuff from Daytona Beach too. Craziness. I bet you a lot of them is high-ranking members of the church. All types of stuff now. Nice and sanctified and saved. You said you got a PhD pimping hoes degree. That's pimping Ken. Kenny Ivy. Man, he used to be the master of the rhyming. He said you either bid a hoe up or blow up, barbecue or mildew. If you mess with me, you can accept you're spoiled. He said you gonna hoe up or blow up. He said if all the New York, he said all the buildings in New York fall of him, would still be standing tall. He said I know my mom wasn't there. She took her vacations overseas. They've been wilding out overseas too. I'm sure somebody got something on tape. First time I went overseas was 98. 98. That's the first time. And the only reason why I went because of my coworker. My coworker was hyping us up because he was telling us, because back then we were getting all this overtime money. And he said, save your money. And, he was just hyping us up. He hyped us up about Brazil. I got a story about Brazil. I know. Where's Abbott? YouTube Unfold. You heard the story. Let me tell it, YouTube, because you already heard the story. But I was in Brazil. The first time I went to Brazil, I got there late. And all my friends that I work with, they was there 3 days before me. And that was the same thing with Thailand. They got there 3 days before me because I had to work. And we all worked it out so we could come back together. So I left 3 days later. And my layover was in Panama. I had a layover in Panama. Thank you. Thank you for the blessing, celebrity. One of my favorite movies when I was a little girl was Life of Susie Wong. Oh, wow. Yeah, the Max Chronicles. Yeah, Abbott don't heard this story too. So I got there late. As if Ryan is in here, he gonna be like, here we go again. Here we go again. He telling the same story. Like some people never heard it. So I got there 3 days late, right? And I didn't pack well. I didn't realize it was gonna be that damn hot because it was getting ready to be Carnival. And when I got there, it was so damn hot, yo. I'm talking about extremely hot. And I had to go to the mall and get some t-shirts. Oh, Rachel heard the story. So see how they laughing at me because they heard the story already. Yeah, the military men are the original passport bros from like back in the 50s and 60s. So they was like, yeah, we going to the office tonight. So I'm like, what the fuck is the office? Like, what is that? They said it's a club. So we going to the office. They call it the office in Brazil. It ain't there no more. It used to be called Club Help. HELP, Club Help. Discoteca. And so I didn't know. They were laughing at me because I didn't know. So I'm like, all right. They was like, yeah, we going to the office and whatnot. So when I get there, it's just like a regular club. People stand outside. But I'm like, damn, is it a sausage fest? Why is all these men standing outside? Yo, it's like a sausage fest. I said, what y'all got me going to a sausage fest? He's like, no, just wait to go in. All the ladies getting in free. I said, oh, okay, that's how it is. Man, oh, come on. Like, when I get in there, they go sit down and I'm walking around. I went to the bar. They just sitting there laughing at me. I had this woman come up to me and just hug and kiss me on the cheek. I said, what the fuck is this? Right? I'm not used to it. So then another one came up to did the same thing. Listen, I felt like Michael Jordan after winning Game 6 of the NFL, the NBA playoffs. That's the way I felt. I said, God damn, I feel like his airness in this bitch. Right? I said, I'm the man. Right? Like in my mind, I'm like, damn, the stories must be really right. They must love brothers over here, right? And it's brothers over there too, but they just speak Portuguese. It's actually more brothers and sisters over here than the United States. They got more melanated people over there than over here, but they speak Portuguese, right? But anyway, I'm thinking I'm the man, right? I'm the man, yo. So I don't got me a drink. And guess who was there? You're not going to believe me. Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed was there. Tariq Nasheed, I ran to Tariq. He was there. And he made a whole documentary off of it. So I'm walking around, they playing American music. They played some house music. They played a little bit of Tupac. They played a little bit of everything. They had like an American DJ or whatnot. So I'm just chilling. I'm dancing, and I stopped dancing with another person. I danced with another. She's like, "No, where are you going? Come back on." I'm like, "What the fuck?" I said, "Damn!" I had to fight them off me at this point. I said, "Damn!" I didn't even go back to my boy. I couldn't make it back. They kept pulling me back. I said, "Damn, man! I like it ain't enough of me to go around, ladies." You know what I'm saying? In my mind, I'm starting to feel like I'm the damn man now. Like, you see what I'm saying? I said, must be, you know what I'm saying? It must be my cologne or some shit. Or I got that American flavor for him. Not knowing that it's called The Office for a reason. This woman came up to me and she would dance with me and she just straight up, she went right down my tonsils, man. Straight up. I didn't even know her name, no shit like that. I didn't even know the woman's name, yo. I said, what type of shit is this? And the only thing I can remember was I looked up at the sky and I just said to myself, I'm really thanking God for my place on the earth at this particular time. I'm thanking God for my existence on this planet at this particular time, right? So then she said, let me get your I had to get, because we had to get like little cell phones out there, so I gave her that. And look, I had a translation book. That's how I know you guys like, well, when the fuck did you go there? Listen, technology wasn't like it. All right, just to give you a perspective, when I went there, not Facebook. Um, what's that other joint before Facebook? MySpace. MySpace was popping. That's how long ago it was, right? So I had a phrase book. I'm sitting up there trying to talk to her with this phrase book because she couldn't speak English. And I was like, damn, yo, I can't. It's hard for me to catch a rap out here. We call it catching raps back then. It's hard for me to catch a rap because none of them speak English, right? So I go back to the table and I sit down. I was like, man, they really feeling a brother out here, man. They was like, bro, you don't know where you at? And I was like, what are you talking about? They said, this is the office. Things are for sale in here. And then I just kind of like, fuck, man. That's what it was about. I'm sitting up here thinking I'm the man, and they sitting there campaigning to try to get me for other reasons, right? So, man, that's what happened. That's my story. The help, club help. And I ain't gonna tell you about the termas. If you don't know what a terma is, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you what no termas mean. The termas. Y'all go like, Max, what are the termas? And I ain't gonna tell you, my boy. He's the OG, right, of the crew. We call him the dupla garota. We call him the dupla garota. Okay, I ain't gonna tell you what that means. The dupla garota. That's what we called him. He said, "Yo, I'm the dude." He said, "Yo, man, I'm the dupla." He was from his family was from Cuba, and he lived in New York. New York, brother. He's like, "Yo, man," he said, "I'm the dupla garota out here, man." And man, I got all that stuff on 8mm, dog, because I had a camcorder. You know, the old school the big ass camcorder you hold in your hand. Had that joint. Bro, I might be sitting on some viral footage, man. I just got to digitize it. I'm sitting on viral footage. I'm telling you I am. So then the next day, my dumb ass, I was insisting on going to that damn statue. You know, Cristo the Redemptor. They call it Cristo Redemptor. It's called Christ the Redeemer. It was erected in 1931. Just let you know. I know everything about the statue. So nobody tell me you got to walk up that shit. Bro, it was hot as hell that day, and I walked all the way up there, yo. But not even halfway up. It's too far to go back now because I'm already up there. My freaking legs lock up on me. I'm dehydrated. My legs lock up, so I had to sit down, and I'm panicking because I'm getting sick. Like, I don't have nothing to drink. And these two ladies were laughing at me. They were like my age. They were laughing at me. And they came up to me. I said, "Excuse me, can I buy your water? Can I buy your aqua?" She said, "We speak English." Yo, as soon as they said that, I was like, "Oh my God." They said, "Here, you can have this." She was like, "I'm not drinking this. She ain't even open it." She gave it to me. And come to find out, I'm friends with them to this day. They have family in New York. And they used to go back and forth to New York. That's how they speak such good English. And I chilled with them the whole time, right? I did manage to go up to the statue. And she like saved my life, yo. I was like, "Yo, you saved my life." Because I sat there for at least 30 minutes. Because I had to I was like, fucking, my knees locked up on me. You see what I'm saying? You said, "Leave the pronoun folks alone. They don't bother anyone." Who's the pronoun folks? Who's the pronoun folks? Chantel. Leave the pronoun folks. What's going on with the pronoun folks? Leave the pronoun folks. They don't bother. Who is that, Chantel? So my simple ass, then we started walking up the dam. And look, this is what I had on, if this makes sense to you. I had a freaking polo rugby on. I know you like, why are you wearing a long sleeve one at that? Some jean shorts and some freaking Timberland boots on. If that makes sense to you. If that makes sense to you. Now I know you like, bro, how hot was it? It was hot as fish grease out there, and I'm sitting there trying to be cool with a Yankee hat on, trying to be cool. Bro, I took that damn rugby became a towel. And I was all embarrassed because I had on a tank top underneath. And, I ain't had no sun since Moses built the ark. So I'm all pale looking. So finally, I just used it as a damn towel. She was like, "Why are you wearing boots out here?" I was trying to be cool, trying to be ignorant and shit. I was young at the time, ignorant and young and stupid. So I finally get up to that damn statue, man. I had a moment. I felt like I did something, you know what I'm saying? I don't got to the statue. So then on the bottom of the statue, there's like a chapel, like you can donate. I donated some money because I think Lord saved me that day. So I donated some money and went at the chapel at the base of it. So I got their number, right? And they are beautiful. I'm talking about gorgeous. So I got their number. Said, "We gonna hang out." I said, "Listen, for y'all, at least I could take y'all out. We go to eat." And I had to go back because we had rented a spot and they didn't live too far from there. So I said, "All right, cool. I'm gonna see you later." So then my boy hit me up. Rest in peace, and my boy, yo, he hit me up. He passed now, but he's like, yo, where you at? Yo, we were looking for. I said, "Yo, where were y'all at?" So they was like, "Yo, what you doing?" I said, "Yo, I got a date, yo. I got a date. I ain't trying to hang with y'all. I got a date tonight." He was like, "You got a date? Like, what are you talking about? What you got a date?" Yo, like, she got a friend too. And so we wind up hanging out, eating and stuff. Now they do have some kids walking around, like asking for money and stuff, but that's about it. I felt safe. But you better be careful with your valuables, because they will snatch that joint. But I didn't feel like they didn't snatch mine though. I felt real safe. So we wind up going to the favela. Now the favela, I know you're thinking, "Oh damn, it's all dangerous." Nah, it was all love, yo. It was all love, because now we like family now. So I'm chilling with them. Went to their fam up in the favela, and then that night they took us to a Bally Funk. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. It's called a funk. Just say it's called a funk, but it's like a Bally Funk. And they have a stage. How can I explain? It's like a big ass club. There's a lot of people in it. They got a stage and they had performers. And the performers were like MC. It's like their form of rap. They call MC such and such. A lot of them had MC before their name, like MC Bruna. I remember one was named MC Bruna. It was like MC Bruna, and they had some other people. Next thing you know, listen, they must have invented twerking out there, yo. I'm kidding you. I'm not kidding you. They all like they had like ba da 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 ba da ba ba da ba ba ba, and everybody just twerking. And then yo, bro, I was so drenched with sweat, having a good fucking time. I said, I'll never forget that a day in my life, yo. I'll never forget it. I never forget it. I lost my boy. I didn't know where he was in the club. The other girl took him off somewhere. I don't know where they were. Man, that was the best joint. I don't know what they were saying, but it sounded nice. I don't know what they were rapping about. But, and then they would talk to the crowd. They were like, blah, 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 blah. Then everybody like, blah, 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 blah. And then they say the little stuff, ba, 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 ba. And they just do it again. Like, yo, it's called Bally Funk, but it's called the funk. You go into the funk. And you go into the funk and whatnot. And then it's like you go into the funk. And then that's what they call it. They still have Bally Funks to this day. That's what they call it. That's their form of rap. And then afterwards they took us, we took motorbikes all the way up to the top, and you could see beautiful views of the city. That was the best time I had in my life, almost. Like on a trip. And yeah, that's the best time, man. It's kind of bittersweet because my boy no longer here no more. You know what I'm saying? But we shared that moment, yo. It was a really, really, really good time. And yeah, so I never forget that. Then we went, to the beach, just chilling out there. Real cool people though. Real cool people. And yeah. They was gonna take us to where Michael Jackson went to shoot that video. I forget what video was. He shot it in Brazil. It's a real big thing out there to them. Michael mean a lot to them out there, just to let you know. And they got like a little tourist thing to where Michael was at. Like he was like touring around and stuff. And where he shot the video and stuff. But I didn't get a chance to get there. Because our time was limited. But I do recommend people to travel. Because you get to learn a little about people from around the world. It's just like you're on another planet or something. That's the only thing I can really make sense of it. This person about to hit my car. Okay. But yeah, that was a really good time. You said it just sad and sick that we live in Candyland. No one seems to be happy in the skin that they were given. Out there, they happy in their skin. They have a deep sense of culture out there because the biggest slave trade was out there, and then the United States, then the Caribbean. They have a big sense of culture out there. Yeah, real big out there. They big into their jujitsu out there too, man. Real big into it. We went by Hoist. His name is Hoist. I thought it was Joyce Gracie. It's Hoist Gracie. We went by Hoist Gracie, one of his one of his family gyms. We went there. He's real big. The Gracies are real big when it comes to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You said, speaking of happy, I think Diddy is unhappy. He can't be open about his love for it. That never came up in the trial, though, that he have a love for that. It never came up. So we don't know that. He might just be a voyeur. You ever thought about that? He could just be a voyeur. It's called voyeurism. It's really a thing. I mean, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to make up for it, but that's what it's called. All right, I'm back. I had to fix my audio. My bad. I was glitching out. But you know what I like? You know, everybody got their own thing. He's like a voyeur. I don't judge him for that. It's just everybody got their own thing, man. Everybody got their own thing that floats their boat. You know, I can't tell you what float my boat because I ain't trying to put all my business out there. But one thing I can tell you is I like when they wear them oils. I mean, not the oils. You know, the bath, the body, whatever y'all wearing from Victoria's Secret or Bath and Body Works. You know how it smell all good? I love that right there. I sure do. And it's something about wearing braids. You know how they wear the braid, get your hair braided and shit? I like that. You know what I call that? That means you about to go on vacation when you get your hair braided. That means somebody about to go out of the country or go on vacation somewhere. Yeah. You know the stuff from Victoria's Secret. I remember one time my ex, I went in there to get her something, and I said, I ain't in here for myself. They said, we know that, sir. Like, how can we help? I said, well, help me out. I need something to smell good. And I tried to go home and fake the funk like I picked it out, which I didn't. She's like, damn, you picked the right stuff. Like, how did you know? I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I just kind of know. I didn't know. I had them pick it out for me. But I'm not going to get into, you know what I'm saying? You know, everybody got something to float their boat. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's women too. Women, they like, some people like, you know, whatever. You see what I'm saying? I ain't judging them. Some people like to have safe words, if you know what I mean. But whatever floats your boat. Okay? But I don't know. Candy said you don't like Victoria's Secret. Whatever y'all get that smell good, I like it. The perfumes, whatever. Whatever y'all get. I like the scent. I like the scent. You said, well, you just walk into, I know we don't, this don't turn into something else. But that's it. Everybody got whatever to float their boat. He like, cause he had like a corn addiction, but he like it in real life. That's basically how I can explain it. Forget watching on TV. He want to see it in person. That's pretty much what it is. So I can just pack your bubble bath and we good. What kind of bubble bath you got, Firefly? What kind of bubble bath? Look at Fire. See, you see how she just popped up on me? Has she been in here? Let me see. Let me see. Let me scroll up. Nope. She don't sit up here and fell out the bushes. She said Max sitting up here bumping his gums about something. She just fell out the bushes, y'all. She said, can she just pack her butt? Do the bubble bath smell good? Yeah. Pack your bubble bath. Pack your bubbles. No, it's not that black and white. It's complicated. Just like the human mind is complicated. And your sexuality is a very private thing that's supposed to stay in your bedroom. That's why I don't care. I don't care who you attracted to, whoever. I don't judge nobody. Um, I got all type of friends, you know, that come up in here. Whatever floats your boat. We all grown up in here. We don't judge up in here, man. No, we don't. We don't judge. We don't judge on age. Nothing. Race, age. We don't judge on nothing. As long as you cool. That's it. That's the prerequisite. As long as you cool. Okay? As long as you cool. I mean, if he did, I mean, it didn't come out in trial, so I don't want to put that on because it didn't come out in trial. But whatever floats his boat, man, I don't know. People can't help how they were born as long as it don't involve minors, as long as it's consenting adults. So at the end of the day, what's up, Ken? Long time no see. William William keeps saying it. William Jones said free Diddy, he's innocent. Shout out to William. Who else we got? You say he just should have done it outside of his business or just leave the domestic violence out of it. You know the crazy thing is he didn't even need to add the domestic violence. He didn't need to do that. These women were down with him. He didn't need no domestic violence. He ain't need no domestic violence, man. He didn't need to do that. Especially with Cassie, he didn't need to do that. Even though she didn't, she to be honest with you, you know what I think? She ain't even want to do all that, yo. She didn't. It just he liked it. She ain't want to do all that, man. At the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, man. But some people are into it. But we'll wait till they render their verdict, like you said, and see what happens. Every now and then I listen to you. But can I ask a question? Do you really see the RICO charge? Ken, my thing is I see how they're applying it to him, but I don't agree with it. That's my position. I don't agree with the RICO. I don't think it should have been applied to this case, but who am I? You know? That's just my opinion on it. I think he was overcharged. That's just my opinion. But a lot of people in here don't agree with that. So we were just talking about that earlier. Um, I just don't. I mean, that's just me, man. I don't know him. I don't know him personally. I don't know his family. Like I said, I don't have no reason to. I'm not getting paid to say this, but I just don't agree with it. That's just how I feel. I think everybody know that, but I just don't agree with it. But I see how they're trying to apply it, though. But I just don't agree with it. And the thing is, some of that stuff is beyond the statute of limitations. If you tried to charge him on a state level, maybe the stuff with Jane is not, but Cassie, some of the stuff is outside the statute limitations on the state. Yeah, and a lot of people saying that. Um, but you know what's interesting about that? Weinstein's attorney, he said Puff is lucky that it's a federal case. That's what he said. He said if he was in a state case, he'll be screwed. He said that he would have an uphill battle if it was a state case. But he said here, they have to, it's a little bit. He said it still sucks, but it's for him. He got it here in this building. He said he lucky he in this building because the state he would have a hard time. You said if KK and D Rock testified and said all the allegations are true, would you believe it then? No, I'm not saying it's not a matter if I believe it, Candy. I just don't agree with the RICO part. Now, charge him with the other stuff, yes. You can charge him with the other stuff and don't make it a RICO, then we could talk. But as far as if he's guilty or not guilty, I don't know. I don't know about that yet until the jury decided. This is a case where I'm just gonna wait for the jury. I can't, I don't know. I don't think I'm in a position to make a full opinion on this because I'm not an attorney. I can't make a full opinion on this one. So I'm just sitting up here just, telling you I'm clueless because I am. I mean, I know how the statute is. I know I read the statute, but I just don't agree with the RICO. I think they overcharged them. But as far as like state, whatever, yeah, go ahead and charge them. The only thing 47 can pardon is federal. He can't do nothing with the state. That's it. That's why if you notice, Larry Hoover didn't get out, even though he commuted his sentence, but he still has the state situation. No, he can't do nothing with the state. Only person that can do something with the state is the governors. He can ask the governor for a pardon if it's a state case. Whoever they got a state case, they have to go to the governor, not the president. You said his image is gone. Nobody mess with him. But here's the thing what somebody told me. In this country, people love a comeback story. They love when people turn their life around. I mean, he could start doing a lot of philanthropy, helping, the DV victims out. Over time, people are forgiving over time. But right now, he's not worried about that because if he get time, I mean, he getting a lot of time. So, you see what I'm saying? So, shoot, at 55 years old, man, you're not trying to do a 20-year stretch. You're just not trying to do that. So it's serious with him, man. And anytime you talk about this type of case, it's triggering. We always got to have a trigger warning when you talk about this kind of stuff because everybody knows somebody or knows somebody that don't have something happen to them. That's why when you talk about these cases, people have very strong opinions, and that's why. So that's why, man. It's we're gonna have to wait and see how the chips fall here with the jury. But Attorney Simone, she's an attorney. She seemed to think that they met their burden for the RICO. All you gotta do is go to YouTube and type in Attorney Simone. She be out there every day. So y'all might want to check her out. Yeah, she said that they got the RICO now. She said it. She said it's over. They got it. They met their burden. Them attorneys ain't no joke, man. On both sides. I'm not even lying to you. They are everything I thought they were gonna be. Yeah, she said before it wasn't proven. She said today, bingo, they got it. They met their burden. They got the check mark. You know how like the president elect, when he get they put the check mark near the president when he got enough electoral votes, then they got the check mark. He's now the president elect. Yeah, they got the check mark. That's what she's saying. So I can't go. She's a lawyer, so that's what she's saying. She said receipts on receipts and receipts. They have now met their burden. She said they met their burden on everything. Everything. They met it. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. It's still all alleged until the jury make the final say so. So it's gonna be rather intense when that verdict comes out. When they're deliberating, it's gonna be really intense during closing. And then after that, when the jury gets the case, we say they're taking it to the box or taking it to the door, meaning the deliberation room, and we'll see what happens. But guys, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be intense. If the judge say, I understand the jury has reached a full verdict. I understand if jury has reached a verdict. I already know how it's going to go. We're all going to be in the courtroom listening. The judge is going to be like, I am confirmed that all parties are present, even the defendant. Bailiff, I understand that the jury has reached a verdict. Bring them in. And then the judge will say to everybody in the courtroom, if you're going to have outbursts, please leave now. but remain silent during the reading of the verdicts. The jury is walking in now. All rise for the jury. Jury is walking in. The jury, everybody have a seat. And then the judge will say to the jury foreperson, I understand that you guys reached a verdict. Yes, Your Honor. Can you pass over the verdict forms? Then the judge is going over the verdict forms. Okay. And then he said, okay, everything looks good. Okay, you can publish the verdict. May the defendant please rise. Lord have mercy. Oh, boy. And I'm an empath too. Oh, boy. It's like I'm getting sentenced. Oh, Lord. The United States versus Sean John Combs on count one. We, the jury, find a defendant, whatever it is. United States versus Sean John Combs on count two. We, the jury, find a defendant. Oh, Lord. Lord. Okay. I might need some milk after that one. We have caused it on himself. He had caused it. Yeah, I know, but I still feel it though. YouTube Unfolded, we don't witness a lot of verdicts together. And she already know how I be. I'm like, Lord have mercy. What was that one we followed, YouTube Unfolded? Remember, I don't know if you knew me back then. It was remember what's his name? That MMA fighter. What was his name? Oh shoot, I can't think of it right now. He's an MMA fighter, and his girlfriend was an adult film star. Man, when they was reading them verdicts, they just kept saying guilty, 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 guilty. I said, guys, he guilty on everything. Somebody started laughing. I said, this man don't been found guilty on everything. Everything. There was so many counts, I stopped counting. The War Machine. His name was the War Machine. The War Machine trial. Do I believe the RICO was proven? That I'm not sure about, but I don't agree with it. That's my position. I don't agree that it should have been applied in the first place. But you have an attorney now that's speaking, and she was there today. She said they have met their burden on it. That's what she's saying. I didn't say it. You said R. Kelly and Tory trying to fake an attack so they can get out of prison or get a... Well, see, the thing about Tory Lanez is he can't get a presidential pardon. That was a state case. He'd have to go to the Governor Newsom. That's up to Governor Newsom if he want to give him a pardon or not. You said a fifth of Jack on the Rocks. I need something. But see, I have that, like, it's intense, and I feel for his family. You know what I'm saying? Forget everything else. His family have to come there every day, and they're holding him down. And I must say that his sons, they conducted themselves very appropriately. And I commend them for that, because it's a lot of stress. People yelling at them when they go into their cars, screaming type of stuff, trying to get a reaction. Oh, Lord. They don't age, man. This thing will age you. You know what I'm saying? And Christian is his twin. He looked just like his father, man. That's his twin. You said a cold bottle of Merlot wine. No, I don't like it cold. Get my red wine at room temperature. Yeah, I might have to go somewhere afterwards and maybe invite some people to a nice spot and go get me a bottle of Merlot, just me a glass of Merlot. Get me a cigar or something and just chill. Yeah, the RICO has at least 10, but the trafficking part has a minimum of 15. There is a cigar lounge in Manhattan. I don't think the lady's gonna want to go to no cigar lounge. So we got to pick another spot. They ain't trying to go there. They're not trying to do it. They're not trying to do it, man. Thank you, China. But again, like I said, guys, I don't know about this case. I really don't. I can't give it. To be honest with you, and this is the first case, I can't give you an opinion on no verdict. I can't. I'd be lying to you if I did. I really can't. I can't. So I'm just gonna wait for the jury. How about that? So I just can't. So I'll just have to wait. And but like I said, the family part it bothers me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That bothered me because let me tell y'all something what I've noticed about his kids. I remember I saw all of them there, the girls and everything. They not wanting for nothing. Do you hear me? They are well taken care of. Then his kids are not wanting for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Their mothers and him, they did a good job with them. Very respectful, everything. They did a hell of a job with them. You know what I'm saying? Justin holding it down. I remember when he was a little kid, he a grown ass man now holding it down, yo. Grown ass man holding it down. So mothers did a really good job with them, man. Really good job. They well taken care of. I remember when Justin played at UCLA. He played football. He sure did. He was a Bruin. Played at UCLA. Football. He was a defensive back / safety. David said free P. Diddy June 19th, protest June 19th, 500 Pearl Street. Thousands will attend. Jesus Christ says, he who is without sin cast the first stone. I mean, is there a protest going on June 19th? All right, so David said there's going to be a protest on June 19th, 500 Pearl Street. Let me see what Candy's saying. He probably did, Candy. Probably hid some somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, they show receipts. YouTube Unfolded. They sure did. You said you watched Attorney Simone before you came in here, right? Yeah, Attorney. I was watching it too. YouTube Unfolded. That's my homegirl right there. Hey, listen. One time, I seen how she was setting up her live. They hustlers out there. All of them are hustlers. They go about their business. They get their notes together, and get on camera and get to it. I'm the only one that don't have a tripod out there. I need a damn tripod, man. I'm sitting up there, just crazy. Just craziness. But everybody going about their business out there, and I like it. Yeah, Dudson plays. She knows her. She's an attorney. That's what she do. That's her profession. She know the law like she know her last name. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get a tripod on YouTube. I'm trying to get some. I don't like the bag, but I'm gonna have to get some. $ Max V World 75. Can y'all help a brother out? A brother out here on the struggle hustle. I ain't been back to work. I ain't been back to Virginia. It's crazy. I'm glad I'm here. It was a blessing I'm here because I got to help my mother out. My mother needed my help, so I had to take care of business out here. She doing better now. I got her squared away. I sure did. I sure did, man. Look at Candy. She said, if your man go to the Diddy protest in the relationship, I might have to go to get the footage. Go listen to the beginning of the live or Attorney Simone. Wait, what did he, let me see. Let me go back. YouTube Unfolded receipts of what? His staff setting up free calls. No, it's he's asking you, just challenging, but he already knows what's going on. He said his staff setting up free calls. If they, he's trying to he's taking the establishment that they haven't. What he's trying to say is YouTube Unfold. They haven't established a RICO. That's he's just asking a rhetorical question for himself. What's up, B? You should listen to Attorney Simone. She explained to Tyrico Diddy about it. Yeah, she knows her stuff, man. I mean, she's an attorney, so she know what to do. But when I get off here, I go back and listen to her again to see what I missed. There's a couple attorneys out there that's there. A lot of ABC correspondents. They're in the courtroom. They're all attorneys. I forget the lady's name that work. She's an ABC legal correspondent. She's there, and also the guy. I forget his name. All attorneys. Oh, you rather listen to Joe Tacopina? Yeah. Now Joe Tacopina said they haven't established nothing. He said they ain't have established no RICO. That was ASAP Rocky's attorney. He's pretty good now. Yeah, he said, I wonder why he didn't get on the case. But I guess he was trying to wrap up the ASAP Rocky trial. He had his hands he had his hands tied on that, so that's probably why. But he's a really good attorney. Ravens fan said Diddy is guilty on all charges, in my opinion. Let me see. B said, honestly, don't think Diddy walking free from this. Candy said, okay. Hold up, wait a minute, said awesome news about your mom. Thank you. Hold up, wait a minute. Yeah, she's straight now. She's sitting up there watching, like, trying to see what's going on with this case. She like want to know. She was saying that he more than likely, she said, hindsight is 2020, right? But she's saying if he had to do it all over again, he probably would have wrote checks. Like a lot of checks. Like she said a substantial amount of checks. She said 50 million worth of checks. She said like that. But she said hindsight is always 2020. He said put a pin on anyone saying all. They only need to, right, they, like YouTube said, they only need to prove 2 predicate acts within a 10-year period. That's it. To move on to the next one. That's it. Today was the worst day for Diddy, Raven fan. I don't see him walking or getting a pardon. I know somebody hit me up on Instagram. They said, Max, I understand what you're saying about a pardon, but he no, she said he not getting a pardon. I believe she an attorney too. She said he not getting a pardon because, first of all, the nature of, what did she say? She said it came at the wrong time. She said at this particular time, he's probably not looking to do any more pardons because he got some international stuff going on that's heavy right now. So she said all his time and resources is being into that, what's going on overseas right now. And she said also the nature of the case. So that's what they said. He's not think that's the least thing on his mind, which is, I mean, we just had a few missile attacks around the world. So you gotta think about that. You gotta watch what's going on over there to see. So it's a lot of other stuff going on. Cardell, you said it's Trump bull. Let me see. This is only hope is a hung jury, but then he's back to prison until a new trial. Yeah, Raven. That don't give you a get out of jail free card if it's a hung jury. You right. Definitely right about that. But I like the discourse though. I like that we having a conversation. What I'm gonna do later, I'm gonna go up there and I'm gonna have a panel. If y'all want to come on a panel and do it like that, but please, there's certain stuff we can't talk about. If you know what I mean. So we don't comment on the judge. That's something we don't do. We're not going to comment on the judge. We're not going to comment on what else? The jury. We're not going to attack the attorneys. What else we had? What other rules? We're not going to mention any names that not supposed to be mentioned. And that's pretty much it. But if you want to come up and just say free puff real quick, you're welcome to do that. You're welcome to do that. So yeah, you're welcome to do that. I don't know. They said it's supposed to be some kind of protest or something. It's the first time I'm hearing this. If it's a lot of people out there, I'll be out there to see them and get a little footage. I'll come out there. I'll be like across the street. Cardell said free Diddy. What else we got? How do I block emotions on my end? How do you block it? Oh, you gotta look in the settings or something. I know it's a hard. I don't know how to get that off. Um, keep saying it. No need to. Look at YouTube. Salute. What's up? What's up, Uda? Uda, I'm not gonna be out there. I'm gonna be out there at some point. I'm still in the tri-state though. I just didn't feel like going. I was watching your stuff earlier. Y'all, Uda right there. See his name? Uda on the go. Check out his page, y'all. Uda on the go. And he be out there every day. So check him out if you want the outside action. Okay, you ain't missed. Yeah, that's why I ain't want to go, Uda. And I know I'm not trying to come for Brendan Paul either. I'm gonna be back at some point, maybe Friday. I might come back Friday to holler at y'all. And at some point, we all got to go for drinks or something. At some point, but I'll hit y'all up when I get out there. But check out Uda on the go, y'all. He out there every day and he's live, and he has a live show out there every day. So you better check him out. He's right here, Uda on the go. Okay, you down for drinks? All right, we'll set it up with everybody. He paid for S workers. Wait, what are y'all saying? Big sports player supposed to come. I heard someone else, not Shaq. Am I down for drink? Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, you said the big sports player coming. I wonder who's coming. I'm sure y'all will get that footage though. Y'all, he got that footage when Kanye came. Y'all check out his page. Check him out. You said Carmelo Anthony, is that true? You said some retired basketball player, but I think it's rumors. Okay. Okay, well, we'll see when it happens. But, check out Uda. He got the outside footage. So y'all be able to see the outside footage action out there. And he be putting the work in. There's a lot of good content creators out there, and everybody's cool. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is hustling. Everybody is about their content. That's what I like. It's actually inspiring, actually, just watching everybody. You know, especially when you kind of down, you're like, man, I don't know, man. But then I see everybody out there in action, I get in action. You know? So that's why I like Uda and them. They about their business. Let me see. You said, what exactly is Diddy defense? I didn't do it. That's not a defense. Okay, now check this out, Candy. Here's a technical thing. You asked a technical question. Check this out. This is the law. Remember, the government has the burden of proof, right? They don't need a defense. They can just say, Your Honor, we rest our case. They can say that, but they're calling witnesses, of course. But the burden is not on them. It's on the government to prove it beyond reasonable doubt. He can just keep his mouth shut. But obviously, they are going to bring witnesses. I heard Friday they're going to bring 3. So they are going to put on a case. So they already told their defense already. They said in the opening statements that he's guilty of domestic violence. He's guilty of this. He's guilty of that. But he's not guilty of a RICO. It's not RICO. So that's what they're saying. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out on Friday when they start putting on their case. But officially, the government is set to rest their case soon, within a matter of days. They're resting the case. And it's up to the defense now. And then after that, you know, they got jury instructions and then closing statements. Closing statements. And then the jury officially, as we're going to say, they officially now have the case. They have it. They got the case. They go back there and deliberate. And when they deliberate, I will be there every day for the deliberation. I will be there. I'm going to be outside. And I'm also going to be in the cafeteria. I'm going to be back and forth during deliberation time. But trust me, when they say that they reached a verdict, ain't nobody going to be outside. Nobody. Them overflow rooms going to be packed. Nobody's going to be outside for that. It's going to be rather intense. It's going to be intense, folks, because he has a lot of supporters there. It's going to be intense. I'm telling you, for sure. Yeah, people are going to get on the stand for the defense. They named 3 people today, and one of them is a that works for the law firm, and it's 2 other people. Friday. I don't see how he gets out of jail from this. Yeah, so that's how everything is going to work, Cardell. You said Puff people getting on the stand. Yeah, his people getting on the stand starting Friday and then going into next week. So I will be there for that, just to hear the defense do their thing. I must say he has some really good lawyers. I really must say, really good attorneys. He has some really good attorneys, man. Yeah, all 12 people must agree on all verdicts. If not, then it's gonna be like they're hung up on that charge. Each charge they vote on, it has to be unanimous, right? That's right. It has to be unanimous. Now, here's my question to you. They can be unanimous on some and hung up on others. They can. It could be an incomplete verdict. They might like it was for Weinstein. Weinstein was found guilty on one of the charges. Now they can come back and send him back to court again for those other charges. They can. But they ruled a mistrial for the other charges. But they found him guilty on one. But What Diddy is hoping is a full acquittal, meaning not guilty on all charges, or a hung jury on all charges. Now, here's another thing. Let me ask you this. What happens if this is a hung jury twice? I think they will try the third time, but what if at the third time it ends in a hung jury? I think they gotta let them go at that point. That means that means their that means their strategy is not working. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say there. That means the strategy is not working, so they're gonna have to. I would say after the third one, they gotta let them go at that point, because that's what that means. The evidence and the strategy is not enough for these jurors, but we're gonna see. Now, what's her name? That's been on trial 3 times. I'm getting sick of her. I mean, if they don't get her this time, man, you might as well forget it. What's her name? Reed. How you doing? Yeah, if they don't get her on this third one, they might as well forget it. They might as well let Karen go. What's messing with her attorney? In her first case was a jury alternate. What's messing with that? He was an alternate on her first case, and now he's her attorney. He's one of the attorneys. That's crazy, isn't it? It's like he was an alternate on her first case. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, he was her attorney on the first case. That's crazy. I mean, no, a jury alternate, and he decided to get on her case. But if this thing ends in a hung jury, man, I'm done with her, man. Just let her go at this point. You said Diddy gonna win? Yeah, so I'm like, man, like her case is like, it seemed like it's just been going on and on and on and on. Kanye did show his face, but he didn't get in the courtroom. He wasn't on the list, I heard. But maybe he'll come back. I think maybe he wasn't aware. Maybe he thought he can just go in. He just didn't know. You said when Tenny Garagos was cooking Jane Doe 2, women looked at each other as if they were and cheering her on. Yeah, it was. She did okay. I like Nicole Westmoreland. She's really good in this case. I like Brian Steele, very good. I like all of them, to be honest with you. They all did their thing in their own way. You say Kanye with his outspoken self is keeping very quiet. I mean, he can't come up there and cause a stare, man. You know. You said Diddy gonna have a, oh my God, anything for clicks. Here we go. Oh my God. You said they said R. Kelly was on video and still, you mean the first trial? Yeah. The first trial. He didn't get off this last trial. No, he didn't. And a lot of people think R. Kelly should have taken a deal, but I don't know why he didn't take it. He that more than like with that right there, he should have taken a deal. I think that's a good answer, Candy. You never saw it, but you heard about it. Because when people say they saw it, I'm like, damn, you're admitting to a crime if you saw it. you admit, you know. I remember they was selling it on the street, like back when they was selling bootleg DVDs. They was selling it on the street. You believe that? Selling it on the street as a bootleg. His defense team is so diverse, what makes this better. Brian still resonates with the white dudes. Kenny Garagos with the white women, and Westmoreland with the two black women. Well, the jury is still very diverse, even though they kicked the guy off. It's still a very diverse jury. And the issue with that is they're saying it was because of what he said on his jury form. So, hey, what can you do? You got to be truthful on your jury form. That's just the bottom line. That's the bottom line, folks. Oh, so you was a little kid back then. You what I can tell you is, Candy, they were selling it on the street corner. They were. And it took forever for him to go to trial. Forever. And I couldn't believe he was found not guilty. I couldn't believe it, man. That should have told him there to calm down. You said if Diddy gets off his ego, gonna have it his ego gonna have him celebrate with a freak off. Who he gonna get? Because what's the name is not feeling him right now. So who he gonna get? That's the last thing on his mind. He would want to go chill with his family. I think that's what he would want to do. Go home, chill with the family, and lay low. That's what I would do. Anything for clicks that he's getting off. But all right, guys, I'll come back a little later. Um, maybe we'll have a panel or something like that. But in the meantime, check out, Udo on the Go. He was in here. Check out Attorney Simone for her analysis. Her legal analysis is spot on. And I will catch you guys on the next one. All right, y'all.